guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my own. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. Donald Trump is sharply criticizing Democrats and the media for their portrayal of remarks he delivered over the weekend at a rally in Ohio. Trump stirred controversy by suggesting there would be a bloodbath in the event of his defeat in November's election. However, in a recent post on Truth Social, the former president contended that his words were deliberately misconstrued, clarifying that he was specifically referring to the potential devastation of the auto industry under a second term for President Biden. One former top U.S. politician says she's concerned former President Trump might hand key intel over to U.S. adversaries once he begins receiving U.S. intelligence reports as the presumptive Republican nominee for president.
Hopefully those advising him would say, don't share this with the Russian foreign minister, as he did in the Oval Office.
That's former Democratic House Speaker Nancy Pelosi on CNN's State of the Union. The White House confirmed that President Biden and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu had a discussion Monday. They covered recent developments in the Israel-Hamas conflict, particularly focusing on the situation in Rafah and efforts to enhance aid to Gaza. The conversation occurred against the backdrop of escalating tensions between Israeli leadership and the U.S. The Supreme Court seems doubtful about restricting the government's communication with social media platforms. Justice Samuel Alito.
It's treating Facebook and these other platforms like they're subordinates.
Arguments heard Monday questioned whether the Biden administration's efforts to combat misinformation on these platforms infringed upon the First Amendment. At the heart of the case are communications from administration officials urging platforms to monitor information regarding the 2020 election's legitimacy and the COVID-19 pandemic. Gas prices once again on the rise. According to AAA, the national average price Monday stood at $3.47, marking a 7-cent increase from the previous week and a 19-cent jump over the past month. This is USA News.
Let's see, if something costs less, but people are happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that is Medi-Share. Maybe you've heard switching to Medi-Share to pay for healthcare can save many families up to $500 a month, and that is huge. But it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The member satisfaction rate for Medi-Share is double that of the typical health insurance plan. double. Medi-Share works, too. It's been around for 30 years. Members have shared more than $5 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now. You'll get a price within 2 minutes. So see what you can save. This is a very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. Call 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE. 833-34-BIBLE.
Congress must pass legislation to prevent a partial government shutdown by the end of the week. Funding for 6 annual spending bills is set to expire at midnight Friday. While congressional leaders aim to conclude negotiations swiftly for the comprehensive spending package, disparities persist regarding funding for the Department of Homeland Security. Lawmakers in the White House are in disagreement over approaches to address border and immigration issues. Former President Trump is explaining why he threatened during a political rally to allow Russia to attack NATO member nations if he's reelected.
During a weekend interview with Fox News,
when I said that and when I made that statement, I want to energize them to pay.
Trump has pushed for years to change the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, which was founded on the promise that U.S. military might and money would be devoted to protecting European security after World War II. Trump argues that European NATO member nations must commit more financial resources toward their own protection now because they should now be able to afford it.
Trader Joe's has issued a recall for its own branded cashews over worries of potential salmonella contamination. The FDA announced that cashews manufactured by Wenders LLC of Dublin, California, have tested positive for the bacteria. Specifically, the Trader Joe's Nuts 50% less sodium roasted and salted whole cashews were distributed in 16 states throughout the U.S. And AstraZeneca is introducing a price cap of $35 for its inhalers. The pharmaceutical company made that announcement on Monday, mirroring a move by its competitors. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
Do you have a story to tell? Bring your story to life with audiobooks. Great stories deserve great storytelling. Audiobook Network provides professional voice actors and full production services for every author's manuscript. From narration, production, and editing to distribution, promotion, and sales, Audiobook Network handles everything. If you have a print book, ebook, or even a manuscript, call Audiobook Network now and get our free audiobook guide. 800-734-1229. 800-734-1229.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, would you looky there? It must be showtime. Right on cue, away we go. Welcome, welcome. Good to have you joining us out of the box here. Closing out the greatest day of the week, working our way into a Tuesday, one day closer to Louisville. As all eyes focus on the Mid-America Truck Show. Thursday, Friday, Saturday. And we close out the last full day of winter. Hey, spring officially arrives later on this evening, Tuesday evening. But it sure is feeling winter-like in much of the east tonight. Yeah, dealing with some lake effect snows. Some of those lake effect snows, northeast Ohio, northwest Pennsylvania, Yes, several bands up into New York as well. We do have some winter weather advisories. Yeah, they're talking mostly 2 to 4 inch accumulations when all is said and done. But definitely some slippery road conditions. It's cold enough for it to be sticking on the roadways there. But look at the freeze warnings all the way into the deep south. Freeze warnings from northeast Texas all the way over into central portions of North Carolina. So we've got pretty much the entirety of Arkansas, a good chunk of Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia. It's a cold night in the deep south. Where is spring? First things first, before we get to our traveler's weather, brought to you by Big Daddy Walker Productions. Let me say welcome aboard the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Hope your week's off to a good start. I know for some this is maybe first night back out on the road after the weekend. But how about those winter-like temperatures? Folks in the southeast are going to be shivering waking up on a Tuesday morning. It's like the calendar rolled back into the heart of winter all of a sudden. Now, beside the impact of cold air on outdoor activities, you got the risk of freezing temperatures, obviously damaging leaves, buds, blossoms. Now, these risks extending as far south as the I-20 and I-85 corridors in the southern states later this morning. This spring's a bit of a unique situation, AccuWeather explains. While it certainly isn't unusual to have a frost or even a freeze in mid to late March from Mississippi to Georgia, the plants and the trees no doubt are confused by how warm it's been, and they're blooming way ahead of schedule, as we know. Cities like Atlanta, Jacksonville, Florida, you have high temperatures, 57 and 67 respectively. That's more typical of mid-February. Morning low temperatures from 31 in Atlanta, 43 they're anticipating in Jacksonville. That'll actually tie the lowest temperatures you've seen since back in January. Now, I warned that blossoms could be in danger anywhere the temperature drops below freezing for more than just an hour or two. It would be a good idea to protect any plants that might be sensitive to the cold from the Mississippi Valley eastward to the Carolinas tonight. Most vegetable crops haven't been planted yet, but fruit blooms will be susceptible to frost and freeze temperatures. Also, in-ground sprinkler systems should have been drained, and above-ground pipes should be protected by wrapping, draining, or being allowed to drip slowly in any area where the freeze warnings are in place, and it's a pretty broad area. Meanwhile, what else are we looking at here? As the spring unfolds, the weather not going to be matching the season across the Canadian Rockies, as well as the prairies, the northern plains. Starting later today, we're going to be talking about another. It's been a while since we've dealt with an Alberta Clipper. This is going to bring some accumulating snow, some heavy snow to the Canadian Rockies, like we're talking 1 to 2 feet of snow there. But snow will be dropping into the Midwest, the northern Midwest, and through the Great Lakes and maybe even parts of the Northeast over the next several days. Lots to cover as we get the brand new day underway. As we say, counting down to Louisville. We'll give you the latest breakdown there. And we'll get to some of our listening friends checking in out of the box. Who was that sent me the photograph? Good shot there out of Anaheim, California. Seth sent this to me just a few minutes ago under the heading Missile, California. Something flew over. It was actually just a few hours ago. It was the latest SpaceX launching 22 Starlink satellites from California. And that SpaceX plume was visible throughout Southern California. The Falcon 9 rocket lifting off there. So Quite the sight to behold for those in Southern California. If you saw the SpaceX launch this past evening, that was from Vandenberg Space Force Base. And a lot of folks sharing photos and videos via social media this morning. National Weather Service had been out surveying damage from the severe weather outbreak last week. And one of the deadly tornadoes was in the state of Ohio, Logan County, as a matter of fact. National Weather Service yesterday released some more in-depth details about what was an EF3 tornado that killed 3 last week. National Weather Service said this twister was on the ground for more than 45 minutes. Started in Auglaize County, ending in Logan County. Wind speeds reaching 155 miles per hour. Tornado killing 3, injured 27 others. Sheriff's office identified the victims, an 81-year-old Marilyn Snap of Lakeview, 70-year-old Darla Williams, also of Lakeview, 69-year-old Neil Longfellow of Orchard Island. There were actually 8 tornadoes across the state on that night, with one hitting Delaware and Licking counties as well. National Weather Service estimated this particular tornado started right before 7:30 p.m., just south of Wapakoneta, and dissipated about 8:16 in West Mansfield. Maximum winds of that tornado hit 155 miles per hour, which is about 10 miles per hour short of being classified as an EF4 tornado. This was a big one. Also on the ground for about 31 minutes, with the maximum path width estimated at about 1,000 yards. Starting south of Wapakoneta, Auglaize County, that's about 85 miles northwest of Columbus. The strength ranged from EF2 to EF3 as it moved southeast toward Indian Lake, damaging trees and homes along the way. Then the tornado hit Santa Fe as an EF2, strengthening as it approached Lakeview. Significant damage in the area. Homes that were even well-built structures destroyed, with wind speeds estimated at 155. National Weather Service believes the tornado was nearly a mile wide at this point of the storm. Mile-wide path of total destruction. Damage continued southeast of Lakeview, mostly along US 33 and State Route 366, before the tornado crossed a portion of Indian Lake into Orchard Island. Believed to be at an EF2, a high EF2 at that point in time. That's where it hit and destroyed the mobile home park. Tornado then moved to another section of Indian Lake where more roofs were ripped off, but most of the homes there were not totally destroyed. But unusual for Ohio, a mile-wide tornado. That's a big one. Hello to Philly Dan. Underway. Happy Taco Tuesday, he says. Yes, indeed. Hey, Philly Dan, I've got, believe it or not, could you imagine, I've got another story from the city of brotherly love, where apparently the rash of cargo thefts continue there. Jacob says, hello, Steve Summers and the Overnight Drive. Good morning, Steve and family. Marianne, heading to the dentist today, going to get a cleaning. I'm pretty much wore out from that latest round of physical therapy this past day. Arizona window truck making a quick stop in Santa Fe, New Mexico as we head to Phoenix in the morning. Guess I'll be rolling through the night. Have a good night, everybody. Larry, good afternoon. Hammer down. Be safe. Here we go. Round number 1 to Schenectady. 38 degrees in Platkill, New York at this hour. 31 in Harrison, Ohio, southwest Hamilton County, says Pappy, saddle up, nocturnal listeners. It's the midnight hour. Well, the National Guard sure made it safer to ride the subway in New York. 2 knives and a gun used in a fight where one person was shot and stabbed. So it's back to the sane world with the Overnight Drive, brought to you by Hot Shot Secret. Mr. Steve Summers, broadcasting live over the airwaves across the great nation. 844-844-3388. Hit them digits. T-minus 2 days till the Mid-America Truck Show opening day. Yes, indeed. Are you with me? Well, there's the Dipsy driver. Hello, Steve. In the most informed audience, a chilly, cloudy 30 degrees here in Stockbridge, mid-Michigan tonight. Just wanted to check in and thank all the hardworking men and women behind the big wheel, the brave behind the badge, and those who have worn or are wearing those fantastic U.S. military uniforms. I really appreciate all of you. And please stay safe. Rubber Duck, home sweet home. Got the same old Chicago to Mishawaka deal. All right, Jeffrey on board, ready for another amazing show from the Sunshine State. Good morning, Jeffrey. Jerry says, hello, Steve. It's windy, cold here in Kokomo today. Looking forward to the show tonight. Thank you to everyone that does what they do to make this show a success. Be safe, everybody. Double Trucker, 30 degrees in Lodi. That's Ohio. I think the plows in northeast Ohio quit tonight. They're playing the party of the Pennsylvania plow drivers. Good Lord. I'm about ready to ski back to western New York with a half foot of snow. So he's up there, obviously, in some of those lake effect snow bands. So where's the plow drivers? Hello, Gilligan. Good morning, Steve. Fellow listeners, it's a cloudy, cold 34 at the airport, Roanoke, Virginia. Keep it shiny side up there, drivers. Brain Dead. Good morning, Steve. Hey, it's my Friday. It's a balmy 38 and clear at Memphis International Airport. My days off may change as we rebid next Monday. Yeah, we'll see what happens, but we'll maybe check in later in the program. Hello from the Donut Man, sitting here in Geneva, Ohio, waiting for my switch driver. Yeah, a little hit-and-miss snow showers right at 31 degrees. Looking forward to seeing everybody at Louisville later this week. Be safe out there driving tonight. Gregory, hello from Niagara Falls, New York. Copying the mail. There's 5-7 on board. And yes, indeed, it's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Yes, indeed. It's almost here. Billed as the largest trucking show in North America. Returning Thursday through Saturday this week at the Kentucky Exposition Center. This will be the 52nd edition Yeah, MATS is the one event of the industry calendar that brings the entire industry face-to-face to see the latest innovations and collaborate to define the future of trucking. Toby Young is the Mid-America Truck Show president. In the news release, the best opportunity for more than tens of thousands of trucking professionals to experience hands-on demonstrations, find solutions to improve your businesses. Registered attendees will receive admission to the opening reception, as well as the Paul K. Young Truck Beauty Championship. Got the Friday night concert and all the Pro Talk educational series that will be taking place. Yes, our friends at the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association will be there representing or presenting educational sessions on creating a business plan. And there's one in regards to predatory factoring. Upward of 30% of new trucking businesses fail within the first year, they tell us, and 50% fail to make it past 5 years. Andrew King is the assistant director of the OOIDA Foundation. Now, they'll be discussing the importance of a business plan and how to set goals for success. Marketing analysis, marketing strategy, cost of operations, all to be covered there. The Government Affairs Council, Paul Torlina, will detail the pitfalls and dangers of predatory factoring. After years of observation, OOIDA has concluded that once you begin factoring, you've started the clock on trouble for your business. These sessions, part of the larger, what they call their Truck to Success seminar, the full class featuring trainers and trusted experts, coming up in October of this year. It's a 3-day session, October 22nd through the 24th, at the Courtyard by Marriott in Blue Springs, Missouri. If you're going to be attending the show, you'll have the opportunity to share your stories about predatory lease purchase agreements. We've been talking about that for weeks. The FMCSA announced that the Truck Leasing Task Force next meeting will be indeed this Thursday, first day of the Mid-America Truck Show. 10 a.m. till noon. They'll take a lunch break and then return from 1 till 3. All these are Eastern time. And this will be in person at the Mid-America Truck Show. It will also provide online access for those who can't be there. There will be an opportunity for public comments from 11 a.m. till noon, and again from 2 till 3 during that gathering. And, of course, all the entertainment, the 33rd Paul K. Young Truck Beauty Championship, the Mid-America Truck Show Wall of Fame. You got the concert this year, Friday night, featuring the country rock band, the Steel Woods. Anticipating 55,000 attendees, plus about 860 exhibitors, plus this year during the 3-day event. It'll be here in the blink of an eye. All right, let's see who's checking in out of the box. There's Knucklebuster, getting the new week started, I presume.
Oh, yeah. Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. Well, it ain't been a good weekend. I know that. I left Vegas on Friday afternoon. I ran into rain, snow, freezing rain, freezing fog. Then I ran back into the snow and it rained. And I finally got to the house Sunday afternoon. So it was a long weekend.
Wow.
But anyway, yeah, got some bad news Saturday night, Steve. Bad news. My sister called me and told me that my nephew, his wife, was 34-year-old. She had a massive heart attack and was in the hospital. Now, she ain't no big girl either. So she passed away Sunday morning.
Wow.
And, so they're going to do an autopsy. Her mother had passed away 4 years ago from a heart attack. They don't know whether the heart attack killed her or when she had the heart attack, she fell off in the swimming pool and drowned. So everybody's doing prayers for his family there. And I read where the COVID vaccines reduce your risk of heart failure, according to WebMD there. So I don't know, Steve. That's I don't know whether she had the vaccine or not there. So, I told you my daughter had that atrial septal defect there. So, but they've taken care of her. How much you think the global diabetes market is, Steve?
Billions. It's big bucks.
Yeah. 28.1 billion right now.
Wow.
And they expect it to grow 7.5% each year from 2023 to 2030. And they've got a new blood test out now for colon cancer, and it's highly accurate now, Steve. So you won't have to do that colonoscopy no more unless you fail a blood test. I know a bunch of people can say amen on that one. They've ever done one. I done one, and they wanted me to do another. I told them, I said, I'm not doing another one because, it's almost break time. Get in there, get the news, and then we'll jump back.
Ah, very good. You're watching the clock. You must have your clock set pretty accurate there, because, yes, news time rapidly approaching. Good to have you on board. Jump on in at 844-844-3388. Make our way into technically, it's first day of spring. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. Former President Trump has failed to obtain a $464 million fraud judgment against him in New York. Trump must post bond by next week, or New York Attorney General Letitia James can begin collection proceedings during the appeals process. The White House confirmed that President Biden and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu had a discussion Monday. They covered recent developments in the Israel-Hamas conflict, particularly focusing on the situation in Rafah and efforts to enhance aid to Gaza. The Supreme Court seems doubtful about restricting the government's communication with social media platforms. Arguments heard on Monday questioned whether the Biden administration's efforts to combat misinformation on these platforms infringed upon the First Amendment. At the heart of the case are communications from administration officials urging platforms to monitor information regarding the legitimacy of the 2020 election and COVID-19. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention! This is a public notice from the Social Security Disability Helpline. If you're one of the millions of Americans who are disabled and unable to work, you may be eligible for disability benefits from Social Security. Receiving benefits is your right. If you suffer from physical or mental disability, whether you're applying for the first time or you've already been denied, we can help. We'll evaluate your situation and deal with Social Security on your behalf. Best of all, there's no fee until you receive your benefits. Remember, we only get paid if you win your case. There are many reasons and conditions that may make you eligible for disability benefits. Many of them you may not be aware of. So if you're disabled and unable to work, call now to get started with your free, no-obligation consultation.
800-362-9337. 800-362-9337. That's 800-362-9337.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Okay, welcome back. Closing out a Monday. Hope your week's off to a good start. Just a heads up, coming up following our news break, top of the hour, 1 a.m. Eastern. We'll come back. We'll be joined by Rachel Stone. And we're going to have a little conversation about insurance. You know, that one thing nobody wants to have. Who likes paying for it? But when the need arises, you gotta have it, right? She's very, very savvy when it comes to trucking insurance. So that was a conversation. I had the interview early morning last week. I don't know, Thursday. I think it was Thursday morning. And I think we figured out the last couple of pre-recorded interviews we've done. You may notice it's Steve sounds like he's talking in a tin can. Where's the microphone? We've discovered when. I don't know how it works, seeing as, you know, when we're on live like this, the microphone, everything goes through the system, the feed to the Facebook and all that, and the Rumble and the app. Sounds fine. But when we do it's a Teams meeting, as they call it. When we do a Teams, for whatever reason, the audio doesn't come through this mic. I hear it in my headphones, but we've figured out there's a camera. The camera that you see on the wall, for those that are watching on the video, it's about 10 feet away. And that's the microphone that's trying to pick up my conversation. So I sound a bit distant, but it's a great conversation that'll be coming up here after the top of the hour. Meanwhile, back to Knucklebuster. All right, thanks for hanging in there.
Thanks for holding me over there, Mr. Steve Summers. Well, let's get all this health stuff out of the way here. You know, that colonoscopy, the last time I had a colonoscopy, a doctor told me I had the best looking hind end he ever seen, and I don't know what he meant by that. So we'll leave it at that, Steve. There. Well, my daughter and my grandson, they walked into Target last week and met Dwayne The Rock Johnson in Arlington, Tennessee. Imagine that, Steve.
How about that?
Yeah, he was in there. Now, can you imagine this? A bald-headed man making tons of money promoting hair care products for men. That's hilarious, right?
Whatever it takes.
Yeah, I know that's right. Well, I was telling Tennessee about Justin Trudeau there, one of the, I'm trying to find it with my little note there. Well, anyway, it was on the Babylon Bee, so you know it was a bunch of baloney there. Said he was a vagina, and Tennessee said, that's insulting to women. We got more bigger gonads than what he's got. So
she's smart.
Yeah, she said God put our gonads up front where you could see them there entirely. So, but he put a heart in behind them too, and they're real soft too. Anyway, I was talking about her heart, not her gonads there. So anyway, I saw my baloney for right this go around. I don't need to stay awake all night because we're headed to Austin to keep it weird.
Austin bound. All right, Austin, Texas. Good to have you on board there. And sorry about your loss over the weekend. That's horrible. Just in the blink of an eye, right? Those things happen. All right, I see Senor Heatwave is on the line. Couple things we're going to discuss here. One of which, I had the story out of New Mexico, and I wanted to see what his take was and probably get a little more info from the local media there in New Mexico. But it was back early Friday morning, a New Mexico State police officer pulled over on Interstate 40 to actually help a motorist that had a flat tire. It ended up costing him his life. Saturday, the man suspected of killing the officer, Justin Hare, was arrested after a foot chase in Albuquerque, according to KOB-TV. And Hare's might not be the only death on his hands. According to KVII out of Amarillo, Texas, the suspect was driving a white BMW owned by Phoenicia Machado IV, a paramedic in Marion County, South Carolina, who went missing on Thursday of last week. Her body was found Friday evening. Jeremy Alexander Smith, 33 years old, considered a person of interest in her death. But Machado IV's body was found long after Hare had pulled over. According to the Albuquerque media outlet, New Mexico State Police said Hare had been dispatched about 5 o'clock in the morning after authorities received reports that a motorist had a flat tire and was trying to flag down help. So that's when Officer Hare responded. He offered the motorist, identified as Jeremy Alexander Smith of Marion, South Carolina, he offered him a ride to get help. State police said Smith shot Hare twice in the chest. The officer was found alive, rushed to the hospital in Tucumcari, but passed away at 7:20 a.m. Now, nearly 24 hours later, a gas station clerk in Albuquerque saw a man that matched Smith's description, called police. When deputies responded, Smith fled on foot, a foot chase in which shots were fired. Smith was hit an unknown number of times, taken into custody. Last report, he was under guard, being treated for his injuries, but any kind of update on that story? Bizarre. Have they confirmed whether or not maybe he was the one involved in the other female's death?
That is what they're thinking, since he did carjack that poor woman. I mean, that wasn't even his car, so it was a carjacking case. Now, it's unfortunate that New Mexico does not have a death penalty thanks to Billy Richardson when he was governor. So the Bernalillo County Sheriff's Department, I understand, is going through remedial training on how to shoot straight, because they obviously missed all the vital organs and areas.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that would have saved us, the taxpayer, a whole lot of money as far as the treatment of the guy, getting him recuperated, a place to stay, and 3 hots and a cot until his trial. Now, I don't know if they're going to extradite him to South Carolina if they have the death penalty there, or since this is a multi-state incident, starting out in Carolina and winding up in New Mexico, he crossed all sorts of jurisdictions there.
Absolutely.
Maybe the feds will take him up and let him get his good, just rewards. Now, the officer that was killed was the son of one of my former coworkers at Yellow Freight here in Albuquerque.
Wow.
So, it's sad. Saturday when I was up and around, people were like, have you got the photo? And, yeah, I got the photo. Okay, this is what we need to look for. There was word that he was in Santa Rosa Saturday, and they said the officer was getting fuel, and he didn't quite top off. He just had to get up and go. And I seen the officer take off. I didn't know what was going on, but put 2 and 2 together. But yeah, they're talking about they're going to be doing an investigation, and if anyone helped that man get over, well, I shouldn't call him a man, he's a damn animal, get over from Tucumcari to Santa Rosa, to Albuquerque, they will go after their hind end. And I mean, they had the sheriff's departments from all over the area looking into it. They had obviously the state police, and they had FBI and other, federal agencies, U.S. Marshals, looking for this guy. So I mean, I'm glad they got him. I'm just sad they didn't take care of the animal when they had the chance. So, and if y'all think I'm, a little hard, no. He already had a record. They had his mugshot somewhere, and they posted it on the state police, New Mexico State Police site. And the body cam did not get a good shot of the guy, but the car cam did. So, it's kind of like the banks, how it's always fuzzy. They're at the bank with the video camera, but you go to Mars and hell, you got a clear shot of everything. Mm-hmm. So anyways, we're glad. I mean, we were all on edge there. I mean, we got rifles, we got, pistols and handguns at the house. I mean, they were all loaded and at the ready because we had no idea where this clown was. So, but yeah, that was our excitement for this weekend. Let's see what else we got. Well, surprise, surprise. The University of New Mexico Lobos men's basketball team won the Mountain West tournament. And that was a hell of a surprise because I think they were seeded 7th in the tournament. And, I mean, they just knocked off the Air Force team that had beaten them by 18 in the pit there in Albuquerque. And then they went on to beat the next top 2 teams in the league. And then they played San Diego State, and they won by 7 points. So, will miracles never cease? Now, the New Mexico coach, his name is Richard Pitino, and he is the son of Rick Pitino. And I guess Rick Pitino was at I guess he's at St. Joe's right now.
Yeah, it's a well-known name in this town.
Yeah. So I mean, that was a definite surprise, and I guess they're seeded 11th, and I guess it's in the western region. So we'll see. Hell, by the end of the month, I may be yelling, "Everyone's a Lobo!" Woof woof woof.
So their first round matchup is with none other than Clemson, I see. So are we going to have a friendly wager between the Carolina Monkey Gouger and the Senior Heatwave?
No, well, if he's up for it, I'm game. We'll just go ahead and figure out how much we're going to bet. Now, I don't remember if we had a bet before, but I think we did. And at the truck show last year, I think he went ahead and just, pshawed it off. So I don't know. Yeah, if he wants to, I'm more than happy to do so.
Yeah, I'm not. I don't know that. I don't know that Gouger pays any attention at all to college basketball. I'm not sure quite. I know he's a bit big on the college football, but yeah, I mean, like most of us, right. I don't know. Does anybody pay much attention to college basketball until this time of year, the March Madness, and everybody's in the game,
Yeah, probably not. But yeah, I'll bet him New Mexico wins. And that's about as far as I'll go. As far as Lady Heatwave goes, they released her Friday morning. I went ahead and picked her up. And I tell you what, I am not real happy with the University of New Mexico hospitals. This is the second time in almost a year, about 10 months, that she has been up there and in there. And last Monday, I called the ambulance. They came and got her. And I sat in the ER waiting room for about 8 hours, waiting to see, what's going on. They had her in the trauma room, and they were talking about putting her in ICU. And they were saying, well, it's pretty bad. And she finally got a room in the ER, but that's as far as it went. Now, I know that UNM Hospital is a training hospital for the students, and they accept everybody. The crazies, the drug addicts, those that are really sick, the mentally, and that's fine. But I tell you what, to hear some of these people in there whining and moaning and yelling, it gets on your nerves. Mm-hmm. You just want to go over there and give them your own anesthesia. A fist right to the noggin. So, but that's, I had told you last Monday morning that I wasn't, feeling all hunky-dory. And then Monday night to Tuesday morning, sitting in that ER, I think really gave me the head start on this sinus infection I got. So, I don't know. Now, they did give her a piece of paper saying that if she thinks that they let her go too soon, that she's more than welcome to come back. And I'm thinking to myself, why would you put yourself through that hell again? That's Loveless hospital systems do not take our insurance. Presbyterian hospital systems do, but she ain't happy with Presbyterian. And I told her, I said, Teresa, I said, you ain't got a whole lot of choice left in this city. So, you're going to have to choose, just hold your nose and make a choice and just go with it. And I said, but this university hospital is absolutely the pits. So, now you were you able to listen to Trump's speech? Was it Saturday or Sunday when he was talking about a bloodbath?
Yeah, that story has just gone so viral. Yeah, in referencing the auto industry and all the liberal media and all the lefties trying to make it sound like he's trying to incite another January 6th.
That is such BS. I'd rather call it bullshit, but I don't want to be bleeped on the radio. But I mean, it is such... That damn Democrat Party, those jackasses are so scared of the man that they really will do anything to keep him out of running for president. And it's like, as the court said, hey, let the voters decide. Trump has never, ever been charged with starting a riot or inciting a riot. In fact, as we all know, he is on tape, on video, saying, hey, I know you're going to go and you're going to protest, but do it peacefully.
Correct.
But, the January 6th committee, a damn joke. Oh, well, you had 2 Republican representatives.
No.
Yeah, anti-Trumpers. So, you might as well just paint them, those 2 alleged Republicans, and just put them in jackass skins because that's what they are. So, anyways, other than that, what else has been going on since I've been gone?
Just getting ready for the big
I'll go ahead and
show.
let you go, senor.
Getting ready for the big show. Yep.
I'll tell you what. Last year, it was kind of a blast and then a drag because of Lady Heatwave being in the hospital for her kidneys. It was like, damn, I can't take that woman anywhere. You're going to the hospital. So, but anyways, well, y'all have fun, and I guess tomorrow's going to be a best of, and then are you going to have live broadcasts during the daytime when you're doing your show?
Yeah. Well, actually,
whatnot?
I'll be here for tomorrow night. I'll be here Wednesday morning live. Then we'll head down to Louisville. It'll be Wednesday night, Thursday morning. That's pre-recorded, and then we'll be live like Thursday, Friday, Saturday during the show. 1 to 6 Thursday, 10 to 6 Friday, 9 to 4 Saturday.
Mm-hmm.
That's our schedule.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm sorry I won't be able to bring you any more Shiner Bock this year, but maybe we'll try it next year. Who knows?
All right, yeah, we'll
right,
get
senor.
by. Thank
I'll talk to you later.
All right. Glad Lady Heatwave is out of the hospital at least. And we'll be right back.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
I mentioned Philly Dan out of the box. And yes, cargo theft in the city of brotherly love. With another overnight cargo theft, the city of brotherly love has not been kind to sleeping truckers over the past few months. This latest last Thursday, the 14th, Philadelphia police responded to a reported cargo theft in the northeast portion of the city. Officials said the thieves made off with cases of bourbon from the trailer while the driver was asleep in the cab. The driver was woke up by the truck shaking. According to Captain Jack Ryan of the detectives unit, truck driver said he saw 2 vehicles near the rear of his trailer. When police arrived, the driver of one of those cars attempted to flee the scene, striking a police vehicle in the process. No officers were hurt, but the car actually got away. Police were able to recover some of the stolen cargo inside a nearby car. During the course of the initial investigation, officers also recovered stolen seafood, Evidence of a separate cargo theft, likely perpetrated by that same crew. This was the 36th cargo theft in Philadelphia so far this year. As of Friday, March 15, no arrests have been made in the case. The theft continues a trend of crimes in the city dating back to last year. October, a truck driver woke up to find 184 cases of crab clusters, $73,000 value stolen from his trailer. November, it was 15 boxes of frozen beef from the trailer while the driver was parked overnight, $7,600. January of this year, thieves made off with an estimated $20,000 worth of meat from a truck in the same area as last week's theft. Possibly the most brazen incident over the past year, where they made off with 2 million dimes from a trailer in Northeast Philly last April.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. Congress is continuing to work on legislation that would avoid a partial government shutdown at the end of the week. Funding runs out midnight Friday for 6 annual spending bills. Lawmakers are continuing to talk regarding the 6-measure spending package, but differences remain over how to fund the Department of Homeland Security as lawmakers are at odds over how to tackle the border and immigration. Arguments in the case over whether the Biden administration's push to censor what they believe is misinformation on social media platforms has wrapped up. House Judiciary Committee Chairman, Republican from Ohio, Jim Jordan, who's been leading an effort to uncover a link between big tech censorship and the federal government, was in the courtroom during oral arguments. He says one of the justices was certainly on the side of the Biden administration's when it comes to this one.
The big takeaway today was Ketanji Brown Jackson when she said to the Solicitor General from Louisiana, she said, "You've got the First Amendment hamstringing the government." Well, that's what it's supposed to do, for goodness sake. It was literally one of the craziest things I've ever seen.
President Vladimir Putin has been reelected to a 5th term in Russia's presidential election. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan gives his reaction to Putin's victory in a White House press briefing.
Nothing about the election outcome was unpredictable. Putin had closed the political space, had locked up political opponents. Some of his political opponents had tragically died. And so there was nothing free or fair about this election, and the outcome was preordained.
Health officials are urging families traveling to measles-affected countries to get babies as young as 6 months vaccinated. The CDC issuing a health alert about measles spreading across the world. It has recommended families get their infants the shot a few months ahead of the regular vaccine schedule if needed for travel. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Gas prices are once again on the rise. According to AAA, the national average price on Monday stands at $3.47 a gallon, marking a 7-cent increase from the previous week and a 19-cent increase over the past month. The spike in gas has played a significant role in inflation reports last week, which were worse than anticipated. The increase is attributed to heightened demand and refinery outages. Afghanistan's Taliban says that Pakistan carried out 2 airstrikes on its territory Monday, killing 5 women and 3 children. White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre urged both nations to address their differences through means other than violence in a press briefing.
We urge the Taliban to ensure that terrorist attacks are not launched from Afghan soil. We urge Pakistan to exercise restraint and ensure civilians are not harmed in their counter-terrorism efforts.
AstraZeneca is introducing a price cap of $35 for its inhalers, the pharmaceutical company announcing this on Monday, mirroring a move made by one of its competitors. The action coincides with independent Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders and other Democrats looking into the practices of the 4 main inhaler manufacturers who are accused of charging Americans higher prices compared to customers abroad. For USA News, I'm Tim Berg.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Summer's Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Have a guest that'll be joining us this morning. We're gonna talk about the one thing that most of us don't want to pay for, but we have to have, and it's insurance. And I'd like to welcome Rachel Stone to the program. Rachel, I believe Mindy, my associate, ran into one of your associates, Eileen, at a show here a few weeks ago. and she kind of lined you up to join us on the program this morning. First of all, I'd like to welcome you in, and just maybe I have your bio, but just tell us a little bit about yourself. And you've been in the insurance biz for 20 plus years. Hi there.
Hey, thanks so much for having me. Yeah, good morning to all listening, and good night, whatever time of day it is for you. I have been in insurance for 20 some years. I have not been a trucking expert that long, for sure. But I will say that it's been a fun ride for me. Insurance is definitely not something that people enjoy talking about, buying, or having claims with. So sometimes I'm the bad guy, but being an insurance agent and representing multiple carriers, usually we're that liaison between people purchasing insurance and the companies. So a little less hated there. They like the relationship. We try to build lasting relationships and be really responsive and smooth out things that need smoothed out and take people to market. So again, my name's Rachel Stone. Right now I'm with an organization called Hahn & Associates Insurance. We're located in Dublin, Ohio, and Hahn & Associates has been around for 30 plus years, serving all of Central Ohio and beyond.
Okay, so like I said, we know I don't want to have insurance. I sure don't want to pay for it, but when the time comes, it's needed. And normally that means either I've screwed up or somebody else has screwed up, and we have to have the insurance. Here's the first question I'm going to ask. How do I know which insurance company is right for me? Rachel, there's so many different options out there available. What would you say? Is it the cheapest, the most affordable? I'm looking for the most affordable, but is that the right answer? Or?
Well, the market is hard right now. So for those of us that may not know what a hard market is, prices are going up essentially. I'm seeing drastic swings from 10 years ago to now. It is just, I'm sure everybody's feeling the pinch, from their homeowners to their personal auto to not only business insurance and trucking for sure. Just for a number, 5 years ago, I might have been able to insure a single owner operator truck for $4,000 to $5,000 a unit. That price is kind of closer to almost, 15 to 20 now. So price is a big factor for many. But that aside, you just want to make sure you have the right coverage. Every trucker absolutely needs the liability, but then your trucks are valued so highly and worth so much money that you also want the comp and collision. So there's all kind of different coverages and ways to save money, but at the end of the day, what's right for each person is going to be what their needs are, if they have loans on a truck, and then if they're driving for certain people and they require certain coverages, you can't get out of that.
Well, you mentioned coverages, and I can see that there's so many different types out there. Maybe before we get into that, you mentioned you're called an independent agent. There's big name box names out there. Can you explain what the difference is between like a Progressive or a United and versus what you would be?
Yeah, absolutely. So we're not the actual insurance company. We're the agent. So what that means is everybody I deal with, whether it's a person or a business, they come through our office, and we are independent, meaning we can write business with many, many different insurance carriers. So while we are an extension of an insurance carrier you might get placed with, we are not the insurance carrier. So, you can go directly to Progressive, but you can also come through our office and get Progressive. You're not paying more for that, but what you do have is a relationship of somebody that's on your side and advocating for you. Progressive is one of the few that you can go to direct. Usually to get certain insurance coverages for businesses, you have to go through an agent. But, we can also access Berkshire Hathaway. We have a lot of other standard carriers that we have direct writing with, but they're very stringent and strict on the requirements. So many truckers that I'm talking to just don't fit in their, guidelines of eligibility criteria. But at the end of the day, I think I would advocate having an agent is far better than going direct with 1-800-INSURANCE, because you're going to talk to the same person or people every time. You're going to have a relationship and, get more of a handheld experience with the buying and the need for having it.
Okay, we remove it into coverages. There's so many different types. I mean, I can look at your website, which, by the way, that's you're simple. Hahn, HAUGHN.com is your company. Now, you actually insure a number of different things: trucking, commercial, construction, farming. You want to delve a little bit about who all you can offer, because we do have a lot of farmers that listen to the program, and truck drivers and others that are not per se driving a truck.
Right. Yeah. So we're a full offering shop, which means we're not just limited to the one line of business that you might buy from us. So the great thing about it is, so we have property and casualty. We abbreviate that as P&C insurance. And that means businesses and individuals with their home, their physical, tangible things, and their autos. So we can do both businesses, sole proprietors, individual business owners. We can do LLCs, any type of form of business. We can also do all personal lines. So every one of us has to have our own personal auto required by state, as well as, if you own a home or renters, you own boats. We can do all of the bells and whistles for personal lines from boats. We don't have the luxury to insure many yachts being in Ohio, but we can even do yachts, all kind of toys and ATVs, that kind of thing. We also can do surety bonds. So for contractors or anybody that might need a bond program in place, we have that. We also do employee benefits here. So, from 1 to 10 lives to 10 to 50 lives. So with employee benefits also comes all those ancillary lines like dental, vision, and all that for businesses and for individuals. And then we also have a producer here that offers life insurance and other, financial products. So basically we can do it all, the whole gamut of insurance. So many clients that I've had for years and years just think that we can only do one part. And I try my best to educate everybody that we can do it all, because really everybody is buying all these things, but they're piecing them together from other agents. And I really strongly believe that having that one relationship with that one familiar shop who can hand off things warmly, works as a team, and knows, accounts inside and out is just such a blessing, as opposed to dealing with 1-800 insurance, regardless of if it's for life, home, or auto.
So I'm trying to understand I get the whole thing about the 1-800. That's going to be calling somebody. You might get somebody in India. You might get somebody in Bangladesh that answers the phone, and they're going to want a number and a policy number. If I have an agent like you, is there somebody that's going to be there available to help me at any time, or?
Yes, but mostly business hours. I mean, that's the one downfall is that, we're open 8 to 5 Eastern time. So voicemails, but you get return calls. But yeah, if you do call us or we call you back, you get cell phone numbers sometimes if you're one of those clients that really needs it. But you're always getting a live voice, and in most cases don't even need your policy number. It's, hey, John, how you doing? And I know exactly where I'm going and what your policy is, just by a name. And I don't need a bunch of qualifying information just to talk to you.
And say, hey, you don't have this coverage. And it's like, wait a minute, I know I have this coverage. I've been there, done that, right?
Right.
Okay, so with the trucking industry, right now there's a minimum of, I think it's $750,000 for coverage for a trucking company. You could offer that. I think most truck drivers, my understanding is most generally carry like $1 million. Is there what was your recommendation for the trucking sector out there?
Yes, we would always start at $1 million. I mean, it's just for us, it's the average and it's the agency standard. We're not going to write a trucker who's actually driving and hauling for others at $750, even though that's the state requirements. So on the flip side, even on personal auto, even though the Ohio state minimum requirements, I think, are 25,50 split limits, 25,000, 50,000, we're always going to at least start at 100,000, 300,000. So those are just our agency standards, where if you're looking for state minimum coverage, we're not really going to be your best bet, because we want to have that standard for our error and emissions, and our, just because it's our blanket way of doing things, we're going to always start at $1 million. Some truckers are going to be required by contract to carry more. We can absolutely obtain more. Typically, the most we can get on the commercial auto liability policy is $2 million itself. And if you needed more, we go through ways of getting an excess liability policy called an umbrella or excess liability, and we can get limits as needed there. But that gets really costly. The biggest exposure for an insurance carrier are people on the roads. not only from bodily injury perspective, but property damage. And I talk to so many people that even though they haven't had claims, the understanding of the industry as a whole is really suffering from the premiums they've charged for the last few years and the claims they've paid out. And I know that that's not most people that's listening, their problem. They aren't the ones having the accidents. But the fact of the matter is the market is hardening. Prices are going up because all of these carriers are trying to recoup and get in a safer place to actually have money and stay profitable.
Okay, it may be a difficult question for you, but I had a listener that suggested, just if you would want to kind of address, there seems to be more and more billboards and advertisements and social media ads. If you've been involved in an accident with a truck, call us. Is there, we used to call them ambulance chasers for the auto industry, and now it's become, are you seeing a lot of that, these big verdicts coming up? And if I've got a company that has an incident that maybe the truck driver's at fault, and it's a multi-million-dollar, everybody kind of eventually has to pay. Is that fair assumption?
At the end of the day, a lot of times, sadly, that is the truth. I do feel like a lot of individual, citizens driving around in their own sedans and personal cars will always try to piss off a truck driver, excuse my French, and I'm on the truck driver's side. I have so many, and I just hear their stories, The number one way to fight against that, 100%, I'm so for this, are the dash cams. A driver without a dash cam and any kind of assets and things worth being taken is kind of a fish waiting in a pond to be eaten. And I hate to say that, but I have seen some very, not severe, not nuclear kind of claims, but claims that were avoided because of the dash cam. Only and only because the drivers had dash cams were we able to fight it, and nothing paid out. It didn't affect their record, didn't affect their rate. So I don't know how much they cost. I should know, Matt, more about that. But it is really something everybody listening should implement because it saves you.
When the first dash cams became available, there was a company, I can't remember, but they had a slogan, always have a witness. That was their slogan.
Okay.
Because you put that camera in your dash, you had a witness for you there.
Right. And that's exactly what it is. And, I have a few truckers that are very vocal, and I hear from all the time. They're my buddies. They tell me all the time about people everybody listening knows nobody wants to be behind a truck. Everybody cuts off a truck, and everybody treats a truck poorly. So I understand that. Most of the insurance carriers representing trucks understand that. It's almost like all you drivers driving have to have a sense of grace, patience, and understanding just to know that everybody on the road with you are idiots, and they're going to try to make it your fault. So that is absolutely the only way to safe it is to have the dash cam.
There you
I'm
go.
Really adamant about that, if you can't tell.
And I'm glad you're able to say everybody thinks you're an idiot, the truck drivers, because that there is some sort of reality there. I mean, we all know that trucks, many in this day and age, some of them are governed, some aren't, and they get into turtle races. And right now, there's a whole lot of legislation that may make that even worse.
Right.
One piece of legislation that's been proposed, and I don't know, it's a hypothetical because it's been proposed before, about making a mandatory truck insurance $5 million.
Wow.
What kind of impact do you think that would have? If I said I have to have $5 million coverage, drivers I'm hearing from say that put me out of business for like the small owner operators and whatnot.
It absolutely would. The cost to buy 5 for small single owner ops would none would want to afford it unless they were increasing their sales and what they're making and getting paid per load, or doing something completely different from a business perspective to change that. If a driver, a single truck tends to cost somewhere between $12,000 and $20,000. For $1 million, if you need to have 5 million, the single guys are going to get put out of business. And then on top of that, if that became legislation, as bad as it is now for every civilian out there driving to think it's a payday for them if something happens, and they make something happen, but it's the trucker's fault without a dash cam, there's going to be way more payouts and intentional. I mean, I just see it going all kind of ways possibly wrong. So
okay,
I'm
yeah,
not for that.
the whole term is nuclear verdicts. It's not the first time it's been proposed, but right now there's something that was introduced in December, the Fair Compensation for Truck Crash Victims Act. And so I just wanted to get your take on that, because we're all speculating that would probably put many truck drivers out of business if that were to pass. So that's something we're going to fight. Mm-hmm. You can help me with, I'm a 1 truck company, a 10 truck company, or who can you help?
Yeah, I mean, ideally, so Hahn and Associates, we have some values that are very near and dear to us. And 2 of those are to solve and to grow, and another one, pursue. So to us, no isn't the answer. So even though I don't have any trucking companies that are mega huge, logistic companies that have fleets and fleets, we can get it done. We have just never had the opportunity to have to place that business. My sweet spot and what I work on regularly right now are single truck owner ops, and then somebody that might have 4 or 5. But we have carriers for it.
Small business truckers, small business operations. Okay.
But again, if large came to us, we would find a solution, and it would be new to us. But to me, small and large are the same things. It's just finding the right markets and fit for it.
So again, if a small company comes to you, you're offering kind of like, I have an agent who looks at numerous companies to find me the best fit for me. Is that right? That's kind of what you're doing?
It is, but the sad thing is right now with the way the market is, so if I had 3 standard companies, like I have Erie Insurance and Pekin and Ohio Mutual, and they say they like truckers, but their restrictions are the truck is 15 years and newer, a trucker's been in business with positive loss runs, which means claims history for 3 years, and the drivers don't have violations. So it's hard for a lot of people to fit into those. So sadly, the truth is a lot of times I am ending up placing the business with Progressive or Berkshire Hathaway. And I don't mean sadly because they're poor companies. It's just, I mean sadly because it seems like Progressive has the empire on that. Sure. But I do have other carriers that can do it. It's just so strict. Most of the people I talk to, their trucks might be 20 years old, or they only had 2 years insurance experience, or they're just a startup and we're going out on their own. So really, I'm going to Progressive and to Berkshire Hathaway for those.
Okay. I'll be honest with you, Rachel. When I was trying to research questions to ask you, I said, I hope she knows a little bit about truck insurance. You know a lot about truck insurance. You know a lot more than I anticipated. So.
Yeah, and then the one thing too is knowing a lot of the people I talk to don't really understand about their own filings that they need. So there's state and federal filings, and there's different forms. I don't always know up front who needs what. So when I ask that question and people don't know, sometimes some pain or some back and forth can be spared if you have an idea up front what you're required to carry for who you're hauling for. But, we always work through it and get where we need to. But that piece of it sometimes also makes a difference with eligibility or what a carrier is willing to provide.
Gotcha. Now, I know Mindy met Eileen at, I can't remember the name of the show, the Multi-Chambers or something?
Yeah, so it was the Dublin Area Chamber of Commerce trade show, basically.
Okay.
Chamber of Commerce.
Okay. Now, it's drivers, individuals, listeners, for any form or fashion, from the farmer, that I know we've got the farmers out there. If they want to contact you, what's the best way to get a hold of you?
Amazing. Yeah, the office phone number is area code 614-789-6800. And we're open 8 to 5, Monday through Friday, Eastern time. My direct line for anybody that's interested to talk to me or pick my brain is area code 614-339-1522. Again, my name is Rachel Stone, and I'm big on email as well. I'm at a desk almost all day running around the office, and my email address is my first initial and last name, rstone@hahn.com, and Hahn is HAUGHN.com.
And HAUGHN.com. Any words you'd like to tell the drivers out there? I mean, I think you've done a really excellent job of explaining what you know and how you can help. Anything that I might have missed asking that you'd like to share?
I really just want to say a big thanks to them all. I mean, all of us are consumers in this country. We only get our goods and live healthy and, comfortable lifestyles via these things happening. So thank you for transporting and hauling, doing all the work you do. I personally understand how aggravating it is to be on the road and how you all may feel because of the idiotic civilians, but just really thank you and keep up the good work and stay calm.
I thank you so much, Rachel. You have a wonderful day, and we're going to be in Louisville next week. Do you guys plan on being at the Mid-America Truck Show to talk to truckers, or are you not?
We won't be there for that.
Okay. Well, thank you so much, and Mindy, thank you for hooking us up with Rachel and Hahn, HAUGHN.com, and you have a wonderful day.
Steve, you too. Take care.
All right, what do you think? I thought she was pretty savvy, up to speed. What's going on out there? So some drivers she can work with. It all depends on what you're looking for. And I didn't realize that you could have a one-stop shop. Have my auto insurance, my truck insurance, my life insurance, and have the same person to call on any given day if you need help with any of them. Thank you very much, Rachel Stone. All right, we'll get back to the calls coming up here. If you want to jump on board. Eagle wanted to get in early this morning. Looks like he's got a delivery tonight. I don't know if we can make it through the news break. We'll get you next there, Eagle. And after which, clear lines again at 844-844-3388. Rolling into not the first full day of spring, but spring arrives today, 19th day of March. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA News Update. Former President Trump has failed to obtain a $464 million fraud judgment against him in New York. Trump must post bond by next week, or New York Attorney General Letitia James can begin collection proceedings during the appeals process. The White House confirmed that President Biden and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu had a discussion Monday. They covered recent developments in the Israel-Hamas conflict, particularly focusing on the situation in Rafah and efforts to enhance aid to Gaza. The Supreme Court seems doubtful about restricting the government's communication with social media platforms. Arguments heard on Monday questioned whether the Biden administration's efforts to combat misinformation on these platforms infringed upon the First Amendment. At the heart of the case are communications from administration officials urging platforms to monitor information regarding the legitimacy of the 2020 election and COVID-19. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, Call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OVERNIGHTDRIVE at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All righty. Hello to Dingbat checking in this morning. The crazy dingbat that make everybody go dingbat crazy. Especially brain dead, she says. Hope everybody's having a great night. 36 outside the secret bunker here in West Memphis, Arkansas. It's Brain Dead's Friday, unfortunately my Tuesday. Still no word in regard to FedEx Express. But I've got 5 more days, and I'll be going back to the night shift. 8:45 p.m. to 5:15 a.m. Central Time. So as for tonight, time to fluff the pillows and tell them good night. All right, start over again in the morning. Everybody drive safe out there. Have a great night. Love y'all. And go Gators. Come on, Gators. Hey, Timothy, morning, chilly morning here, Rocky Mount, Virginia. All right, stay warm. Cass says, everybody pray for President Trump, that the evil that is after him fails. And pray no more of our children are harmed like Lake and Riley. Lauren Weeks, 2-time world champion bull hauler. One of those 30-degree but feels like 25 kind of nights. Hanging out with the hot blonde wife. And she's keeping me warm. This will be my last check-in before we see you live in Louisville. Everybody heading that way, safe travels. We'll see you there. How about a special one-night-only shout-out to the Horse Feathers from the Weiss Compound in southwest Missouri. There's Buckeye Boy checking in from Port Allen, Louisiana. 58 degrees, kind of a cold breeze tonight. Got the load off okay in Brownsville. Started raining just as I walked out of the dock to get in my truck. It was on and off rain for about 3 hours, headed back up toward Houston. Should make it back tomorrow night, then off till Thursday to reset. Then we'll be loaded for Phoenix come Monday and close to Los Angeles by Tuesday. I had a really good comment about one of last night's subjects, but I can't remember what it was. I got to start writing things down or do a voice memo on my phone. It might come to me later, so everybody have a great night. Be careful out there. Don't you hate that? You know, what was I just thinking of? What was that? Brain fart. Santa Claus, top of the morning, 60 degrees in Sacramento, California tonight. And Pap says those cargo theft incidents should be presented to Congress now that they're debating the truck parking bill. That's absolutely, yeah. Norman checks in from north central Kansas. The Big Tipper is loaded, headed north. Everybody have a good morning. That's Billy Lennig checking in from Beulahville, North Carolina, 46 at this hour. Have a great day. Good morning, Steve, and the overnight drive, folks. And happy Taco Tuesday from Rick in Columbus checking in. All right, promised we'd get to Eagle out of the news break there. Let's see, click of the mouse. Eagle, are you hanging with us?
Steve. Before I start raising hell about some things that I don't like what I'm seeing in the U.S. right now, I want to get to something right quick. I got another one of these late night deliveries. Unfortunately, around 2:00 in the morning. Yeah, you're not gonna believe this, Steve. At this place that I'm at right now, I told you the last time I had one of these a couple of weeks ago, late night deliveries. These idiots at this place, at this Walmart, they don't have no truck parking. They don't have nowhere to park your damn truck. And the closest truck stop is about 15 to 30 minutes away from the Walmart distribution center. So they have trucks that park on the side of the road in front of the Walmart distribution place. And guess who shows up? I talked to the security guard. Guess who shows up every night to make money and extort money on the truck drivers? The local sheriff's department and your neighborhood friendly wrecker driver. They pull up at around about 12 o'clock and go from truck to truck, knocking on doors, telling people that they have to move the truck or you're going to receive a $250 fine. Or if the driver is not in the truck, they tow the damn truck off. You know, you're delivering to this Walmart, but yet these people want to take a $250 out of your pocket for sleeping on the side of the road waiting for your appointment, which Walmart won't allow you into their property, into your appointment. So it's just another thing like Q-Ball said a couple of weeks ago, Steve. These people, they want the loads delivered to their services, but they want to treat truck drivers like pure garbage. And, you know, like I say, a lot of these places won't even let truck drivers use their restroom facilities. They have a damn porta john out in the parking lot. That's what truck drivers have to use. And, you know, I don't know if you ever been in one of them things, but you ever seen the toilet paper that's in them? You can use that as a sandpaper to sand your damn. Yeah. That paper is so thin and so rough. So like I said, you know, we deliver millions of dollars of goods to Walmarts and Sam's and all these other grocery places around the country, and these people treat truck drivers like pure garbage. Steve, it's really a damn shame that they would try to extort $250 out of somebody's pocket for trying to get some sleep while you're waiting for your delivery appointment. But that's what this so-called sheriff does every night, and to make revenue for his police department. Now, let me say this thing. I'm headed back to Texas after I deliver this load. Yeah, I'm gonna go. Like I say, I'm probably through with NASCAR, but I'm gonna go to this race because I've never been to a road course before. They're running in Austin, Texas this week. Somebody gave me some tickets to the race, so I never turned down something that's free. So I'm headed back to Austin, Texas after I leave the races on Sunday, and I'm gonna be taking a look at that race. So like I say, I've never been to a road course, but I think I'm like a couple of other callers, Steve. I told you this a couple of weeks ago when I was notified that Honda was getting involved into NASCAR, and it looked like that's going to be official. I'm officially through with NASCAR. I told you I don't care who, I think NASCAR was an American sport, but it doesn't look like it. Toyota's entered the scene, and now it looks like Honda. As far as I'm concerned, NASCAR should only be Chevrolet, Ford, Dodge, and Pontiac, or any, these American-made vehicles. But apparently they don't see it that way. They basically selling out like your president has sold out the United States to the other countries too. So it looks like NASCAR, they might as well get on the bandwagon since the president sold out. NASCAR ought to go ahead and do the same thing. So let me get started, Steve, about what I wanted to really talk about tonight and raise hell about. Because I told you this a couple of weeks ago, because I live in Florida now. And see, here's what these idiots did, Steve. The governor of Florida, he did a good job up to a certain point, but he let his guard down. He didn't enforce the rule like he said he was. He said that come spring break that he didn't want them these punk college kids coming down to Miami and terrorizing the city, shooting guns and killing and hurt and harming innocent people. Okay, well, he did the job down in Miami, but guess what, Steve? The governor of Florida forgot about Jacksonville, Florida. So that's where these punks relocated at. They went to Jacksonville, Florida this weekend, and guess what happened? Over 5 or 6 people got shot. 1 man is dead. All kind of violence took place at the Jacksonville beach over the weekend. These same college punks that was going to head to Miami, all they did was make a detour and head on back up to Jacksonville and raise hell in Jacksonville and cause all kind of chaos. I told you this a couple weeks ago, Steve. We don't need those punks' money. Take your money elsewhere and spend it, your spring break money. If you don't need a gun. You don't need a gun to have a good time, Steve. You don't need a gun to go to the beach. You don't need a gun to look at the good-looking women. You just go to the beach and relax and sit out in the sun. What you need a gun for? You got to be such a tough guy that you got to lay on the beach with a gun on your hip to prove to everybody how bad you are. It's just sickening, Steve, to what America has turned into, where you can't even have a good time with your family, your wife and kids without something bad taking place. About you see what happened in Kansas City, coupled with the victory parade for the Chiefs. That turned into a shooting deal. You can't even go out without having a good time, without some tough guy thinking that he's Mr. Badass with a gun. So it's really a shame. And like I said, the governor of Florida, he should have said all beaches are off limits to spring break. Take your money elsewhere. Go to California. Go somewhere else. We don't want you in Florida, as far as I'm concerned. Take your money somewhere else. Now, let me speak about this other deal, Steve, that's really pissing me off. And I've heard other people say the same thing, and that concerns Tyson Food Group. I used to drive a refrigerated truck, and I used to go to Tyson Food distributions all over the U.S., picking up frozen foods, frozen chicken, and delivering this stuff. And now I understand that Tyson Foods has got on the Joe Biden bandwagon too. So they decided that they're going to let hard-working Americans, Steve, people that are in the country legally and are doing the right thing, going to work every day to provide for their family, and replacing these people in the unemployment line and employing somebody that's in the country illegally. Not only that, Steve, they're giving these people lawyers, they're giving these people medical care, they're giving these people, they're rolling out the red carpet, Steve, for somebody that's in the country illegally. Meanwhile, the innocent American people are being placed in the unemployment line. This is despicable, Steve, what Tyson Foods has done. And if I got anything to do with it, Tyson Foods will no longer go in my home. I will purchase somebody else's food. I'm not spending one damn dime on anything associated with Tyson. You gave a list of all the people that are associated with Tyson last night, and I'm not going to buy one damn thing from these people because it makes no sense for them to put Americans out in the unemployment line and replace them. And I'm going to say this real loud and clear. so everybody can hear me. For people that don't belong here and for people that are here illegally, because that's exactly what they are. When you cross the border and didn't do the proper paperwork, you're here illegally, my man, whether you think so or not. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
All right. I mean, that particular story is making some headlines. Fox News reported yesterday as Tyson announced they're shuttering an Iowa pork factory. That's more than 1,000 lost jobs. The company reportedly met with and hired migrants in Manhattan for positions at a Tennessee plant. After announcing they're joining with the Tent Partnership for Refugees, staff from the poultry heavyweight engaged with asylum seekers at the New York office of Chobani Yogurt. At least 87 migrants from Central and South America were hired in 2 separate groups. Same report said Tyson employs about 42,000 immigrants, and that the company's corporate social responsibility executive says, we'd like to employ another 42,000 if we could find them. In response to the news, Senator J.D. Vance said companies who lay off Americans while seeking foreign national for open positions should face congressional scrutiny. Yeah, we're certainly going to look into whether we can change that ability, assuming Tyson is operating legally. All we know is that they're firing American workers and hiring illegal aliens to replace them. This is the entire point of illegal immigration. And Republicans, we've got to hammer that message. We've got to hammer that point home. Vance argued that the hiring of migrants or foreign nationals willing to work for lower pay than U.S. citizens both exacerbates the labor pool and suppresses the wages for working class families. Jesse Waters noted how top Democrats have publicly spoken about the need for foreign nationals to take American jobs. Jerry Nadler of New York lamenting back in January that the vegetables would rot in the ground if they weren't being picked by many immigrants, many illegal immigrants. Now, in response to Jesse Waters' program, a Tyson spokesperson said, Tyson Foods is proud to employ a diverse workforce, including immigrants, all of whom are legally authorized to work in the United States. Vance suggests, U.S. companies like Tyson are not practicing true capitalism. This is not a capitalism or market economy. This is the decimation of the American middle class via illegal immigration. And it's happening all over the country. But that's the whole premise of these millions that are coming in at the southern border. Hand them their papers, and they're getting the automatic work authorization as they come in. But that is kind of sad. It is 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Spring officially arrives a little after 11 o'clock this evening, right? Tuesday evening. But it's not going to feel and look a whole lot like spring, especially across the Canadian Rockies. As this Alberta Clipper will be dumping 1 to 2 feet of snow in the southern Canadian Rockies, several inches of snow, difficult travel. For Calgary, Alberta, Canada, Tuesday evening through Thursday afternoon. Now, snow may accumulate at varying intensity on into the weekend. Now, the snow in the major western Canada city following record-challenging warmth. Temperatures near the 60-degree mark as we started the week off here. Now, the temperatures are going to be plunging. Nighttime lows are going to drop into the single digits and teens. High temperatures are only going to be in the 20s as this storm rolls southeast, spreading snow across portions of the Dakotas from Wednesday night to Thursday morning. Then much of Minnesota and northern Iowa during the day Thursday. From there, snow spreads over a good chunk of the Great Lakes region on Thursday night. The current track of the storm has the potential to bring 3 to 6 inches to the Minneapolis area Thursday into Thursday night. Of course, that'd be the second full day of spring, as spring officially arrives later on this evening. As that storm moves along, slippery travel along portions of the Interstate 90 and 94 corridors. Further to the southeast in the Midwest, the same storm will bring some snow to Chicago and Milwaukee. With the timing being Thursday night into Friday, there's the potential for that slippery Friday morning commute in both cities. Now, Chicago, they're talking maybe a slushy coating to an inch or two. It's not going to be the kind of thing that shuts things down. A few inches possible, several dozen miles further to the north of Chicago. Should the storm shift its track a bit further south, say by as little as 60 miles, and now Chicago could end up in the band of heavier snow where several inches could come down. Detroit, that's another city where the storm track's going to be key. A fine line between nuisance snowfall with the wet, slushy roads versus snowfall with widespread covered roads Thursday night into Friday. Right now, it looks like 1 to 3 may be in the offing for the Motor City. Then as that clipper pushes on into the northeast by this weekend, we could see some snow for northern Pennsylvania, western and central New York, on over into central New England. It is 844-844-3388. Speaking of the Sunshine State. Little chilly down there this morning, Philip.
No, it ain't bad as far as the temperature right now. I mean, it's going to fall further into the morning we get. But, yeah, it's only in the 60s right now. It's not bad. But
no,
the
that's
thing
not
that's terrible
bad.
is the wind.
Okay.
We're getting gusts up to 30 mile an hour down here right now. I mean, I come out of the house a while ago. I thought I was going to get blown up against the wall. But you had that, was that an insurance lady you had on earlier there, Steve?
It was indeed, yes. Rachel.
Oh, who was she with?
Hahn and Associates, Haughn. She's an they're an independent agent.
Okay. I was kind of hoping I would get in when she was in there. I wanted to ask her a question if her company serviced Florida for homeowners insurance. We're having a real bad problem with that down here right now. We don't have a lot of companies that are servicing Florida for homeowners insurance now, and it's becoming really tough to find it, and then to get a reasonable rate.
Mm-hmm.
It's all having to do with the storms, but we're having a real hard time with that down here. We got a lot of insurance companies that are pulling out of the state of Florida, even auto insurance, and they're pulling out. They don't want to deal with the claims and stuff with the insurance or with the hurricanes, excuse me.
Yep.
And that's one of the big problems we're having down here. I was kind of hoping I would catch up with her. Can you put that information on her with the on your Facebook or something, Steve?
Yeah, it should be there. I'll double check. It's very simple. It's HAUGHN.com is her website, HAWN.com.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll give it a check out and see what I can figure out. I mean, I've got insurance on my house, but we're looking around because it's just the insurance and everything is just going up down here. And if it isn't really high, you're not getting it at all. We got a big problem with it down here,
mm-hmm.
and it's the governor's having a really big problem with it because the citizens insurance, which is the insurance that handles, that's done through the government or Florida State, there's just people going to that because we've got so many companies that are bailing out. They're having, they're shipping everybody's policy over to the citizens. So
okay, well, hold that thought there because we pause for a news break, Philip.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. Donald Trump is sharply criticizing Democrats and the media for their portrayal of remarks he delivered over the weekend at a rally in Ohio. Trump stirred controversy by suggesting there would be a bloodbath in the event of his defeat in November's election. However, in a recent post on Truth Social, the former president contended that his words were deliberately misconstrued, clarifying that he was specifically referring to the potential devastation of the auto industry under a second term for President Biden. One former top U.S. politician says she's concerned former President Trump might hand key intel over to U.S. adversaries once he begins receiving U.S. intelligence reports as the presumptive Republican nominee for president.
Hopefully those advising him would say, don't share this with the Russian foreign minister, as he did in the Oval Office.
That's former Democratic House Speaker Nancy Pelosi on CNN's State of the Union. The White House confirmed that President Biden and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu had a discussion Monday. They covered recent developments in the Israel-Hamas conflict, particularly focusing on the situation in Rafah and efforts to enhance aid to Gaza. The conversation occurred against the backdrop of escalating tensions between Israeli leadership and the U.S. The Supreme Court seems doubtful about restricting the government's communication with social media platforms. Justice Samuel Alito.
It's treating Facebook and these other platforms like they're subordinates.
Arguments heard Monday questioned whether the Biden administration's efforts to combat misinformation on these platforms infringed upon the First Amendment. At the heart of the case are communications from administration officials urging platforms to monitor information regarding the 2020 election's legitimacy and the COVID-19 pandemic. Gas prices once again on the rise. According to AAA, the national average price Monday stood at $3.47, marking a 7-cent increase from the previous week and a 19-cent jump over the past month. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
Congress must pass legislation to prevent a partial government shutdown by the end of the week. Funding for 6 annual spending bills is set to expire at midnight Friday. While congressional leaders aim to conclude negotiations swiftly for the comprehensive spending package, disparities persist regarding funding for the Department of Homeland Security. Lawmakers in the White House are in disagreement over approaches to address border and immigration issues. Former President Trump is explaining why he threatened during a political rally to allow Russia to attack NATO member nations if he's reelected.
During a weekend interview with Fox News,
when I said that and when I made that statement, I want to energize them to pay.
Trump has pushed for years to change the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, which was founded on the promise that U.S. military might and money would be devoted to protecting European security after World War II. Trump argues that European NATO member nations must commit more financial resources toward their own protection now because they should now be able to afford it.
Trader Joe's has issued a recall for its own branded cashews over worries of potential salmonella contamination. The FDA announced that cashews manufactured by Wenders LLC of Dublin, California have tested positive for the bacteria. Specifically, the Trader Joe's Nuts 50% less sodium roasted and salted whole cashews were distributed in 16 states throughout the U.S. And AstraZeneca is introducing a price cap of $35 for its inhalers. The pharmaceutical company made that announcement on Monday, mirroring a move by its competitors. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
Omaha Steaks Burger Perfection Flight, made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks, rewrites the book on burgers. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout for an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping when you order the $79.99 Burger Perfection Flight. A fantastic array of pure ground steak on a bun burger greatness. For $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight, use promo code TREAT at checkout at omahasteaks.com and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Life on the road is tough, but the Big Rig mattress is tougher. With 15 years of industry-leading technology, our hybrid mattresses with its individual pocketed spring core is the best on the market. Road-tested for millions of miles, it is the last mattress you'll buy for your truck. We are so confident that's why our spring support core is guaranteed for 10 years. Most sizes ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes are also available. When you get tired of waking up with sore, achy muscles, visit thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Rest assured, with the Big Rig mattress, we've got your back.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com.
Back for another hour, rolling into a Tuesday. Welcome in, welcome aboard for those just joining us. Hope your week's off to a good start. St. Eagle brought up the violence over the St. Patrick's Day weekend, erupting along the beaches. Spring break is in full swing. According to the report, 3 separate unrelated shootings erupted within an hour. Jacksonville Beach, Sunday night. 1 dead, several hurt. First shooting about 10 till 8 when 2 people started firing guns near the Best Western Hotel. 1 bystander was injured. Both suspects were injured. 8:13 p.m., a man fired shots while running in front of businesses. Police said nobody hurt, but the gun was recovered. Police say they're looking for that suspect. 1 person killed in the 3rd shooting that unfolded about 8:31 near Sneakers Bar. Police say looking for 3 suspects who displayed guns there. The downtown district and the bar area, the Jacksonville Beach beachfront, had all been locked down till further notice. According to police that evening, Sunday night, police said we got a lot of work ahead of us to figure out everything, put all these pieces together. But say, what the heck's going on? Spring break there, Philip. Does it get crazy in Orlando? Or, I mean, all these, most of them head to the beach, not to the amusement parks, right?
Yeah, most of the guys are going spring break. They're going over on the beach, and we've had a problem the other day over in New Smyrna. We had a 16-year-old that pulled a gun on somebody, and he didn't realize he pulled a gun on an undercover policeman, because there is policemen that are on the beach that are undercover, and they found his bag had some pot in it. He was, from what they can tell, he was selling pot on the beach.
Wow.
And so he's under it. I mean, selling the pot was not the bad thing. I mean, it was a bad thing, don't get me wrong, but he pulled a gun on somebody, and that's even a worse charge than the other. But I will let you know right now, if you're going to Daytona Beach and you're on the beach and you know all the lifeguards that you see around you, those are all Volusia County Sheriff hired folks now. Because a lot of people don't know it, but Volusia County took control of the beach control. So all the lifeguards on the beach they're all part of the Sheriff's Department in Volusia County. But it comes and goes, Steve. I mean, years ago it started out in Fort Lauderdale. The kids went down there and had a good time. Fort Lauderdale got mad because the kids were tearing up stuff. Then it moves to Miami. Mm-hmm. Then it moved to Daytona. Then it goes to Panama City. It moves all over the place. And, I don't mind anybody coming down here. Just have a good time. But just don't hold guns on people and try to shoot somebody or hurt somebody. There's no reason that we can all have a good time and live together down here.
Eagle that's the point he was saying. Why do people feel the need to have a gun with them to enjoy some time at the beach? I don't get it.
Yeah, this kid over here in New Smyrna the other day, I mean, he pulled it right out of his trunks. He had his trunks on and all that. I mean, it pulled the gun right out. It's on video. And but you don't need it. I think I got a feeling today it's today's youth with the mentality that we get. You think you have to have a gun to think you're big and bad. You don't have to have the gun to think you're big and bad. owning a gun is a lot more respecting other folks than it is anything else. What do you think, Steve?
Right. Yep.
You know, we need to. If you own a weapon, you got to respect that weapon. And you know, there's a time and a place for something. I mean, if I'm at a theme park, I don't want to carry a gun. If I'm at a beach, I don't want to carry a gun. You know, I mean, I don't have a problem with somebody carrying a gun. That's your privilege. I don't have a problem with it. But there's a time and a place, and you have to act with respect to others to have that privilege. It's just like any other privilege that we have here in the United States. Now, Eagle was talking about Tyson Foods. Steve, did you ever eat an orange from the state of Florida?
I'm pretty sure I have. I would assume over the years, surely.
I'm pretty sure, and I'm pretty sure a lot of people out there have heard the name Indian River County. And Indian River County in Florida used to be where all the orange and grapefruit came from. Oranges and grapefruit, they had citrus, a lot of citrus. All right, my dad worked in citrus in Indian River County for over 30 years. And I always wondered, and I asked one of his bosses one time why they used a lot of people from other countries to pick the fruit, harvest the fruit. And his boss always told me that we get those folks because they work hard for us for less money. And I kind of think that is the same mentality that Tyson is going for. What do you think? Do you think they're doing the same thing, Steve? I mean, they're trying to get somebody that's going to work hard, that's going to for less money. And that was always the thing. I mean, like the situation in Haiti. There's going to be a lot of those folks that come up here into Florida. I don't know if they're going to come illegally or legally, but they're going to come in the state of Florida and get jobs. Now, their jobs are all going to be like that, you know? And it's just one thing that has developed in business in America. You know, they try to get somebody, a business tries to get somebody that will work hard. And I mean hard. I mean, picking grapefruit and oranges, it's hard work. I mean, that is really hard work. And you're in the weather and all kinds of stuff, and dealing with snakes and animals and all kinds of other things out in the groves. But, you know, they work hard for their money, but they don't make that much money. Mm-hmm. And the big thing with business is they want to keep that cost down. The more it costs them to make them chicken nuggets at Tyson for paying somebody, the more it's going to cost you at the table when you sit down there and buy it at Walmart. And the problem with Tyson is they're so interlocked with so many different companies. Steve, I mean, how many different brands were you talking about the other night? I did not hear that piece. But how many other companies were you talking about that were interlocked with Tyson?
I don't really remember what he was referencing when he brought that up.
Yeah. Tyson does a lot more stuff for other folks than it does for Tyson. Plus, they own a lot of other companies. Okay? But they do a lot of stuff for other companies. Whereas, I mean, they make a lot of their product that you see, they also make it under different names for other companies that we buy at the store. There is a lot of that happening, and it's been happening for years. I mean, they all do it. I mean, we can talk all night about these companies. But I will say this about Tyson. My trucking experience with that outfit, picking up there, you were talking about detention time. I don't know how much detention time my company paid me when I worked for Sigma, the Sigma Network. I made a lot of money sitting at Tyson. And I mean sitting there waiting 8 hours to be loaded. And I mean many times. And Tyson it was one of those companies, hey, dude, you get what you get. Deal with it or leave, you know. I mean, and I had to sit there, obviously, because my company made me. But, you know, there's a lot of those big companies like Tyson that they're causing a lot of detention time, too. So, but other than that, buddy, that's all I got pretty much tonight. I appreciate you having me. And y'all have a good day.
Thank you, Phil. Appreciate it. Okay. I found that's what Eagle was talking about. I didn't have the full list, but you cannot escape purchasing Tyson products as hard as you may try. Remember Big Az Sandwiches was a sponsor of my program not a handful of years ago. They were at the time owned by Pierre Foods. Yeah, they were based right here out of my hometown of Cincinnati, Ohio. Tyson bought them up here a couple of years ago. Tyson Foods, Jimmy Dean, your pork, your sausage, Hillshire Farms, Ballpark Franks, State Fair brand, Sara Lee, and there's I'm skipping over a bunch. I'm just using the most recognized names. As I said, Big Az Sandwiches you find at your truck stops and travel centers. Advanced Pierre Foods, which used to be the head of Big Az, they purchased Advanced Pierre. Let's see, Landshire, Original Philly Cheesesteak Company, Reuben brand, Mexican Original, Lady Astor, IBP, Bosco's, Gallo Salami. And like I said, there's a whole bunch more. I mean, they're massive. If you're going to avoid anything Tyson, your grocery cart's going to have a lot less in it, I guess. Fair to say. We'll return into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbochargers spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
A little bit of trouble in the electric vehicle world. Surprise, surprise. The chief executive officer of the rental car company Hertz Global Holdings resigning after his big bet on electric vehicles crumbled. The announcement came Friday. Stephen Scherr, he ran the company for a couple of years, according to Fortune magazine. When he took the helm, the company had just experienced bankruptcy. Hertz then announced their plan to order 100,000 cars from Tesla and then doubled down on electric vehicles in the months after Scherr took over, placing big orders from Polestar, the electric car maker owned by China's Geely, and Sweden's Volvo car, and General Motors. The company ended up buying a small number of cars from those two companies. But those bets went awry last year. Oh, yeah, when Tesla slashed their prices to keep growing vehicle sales, which hammered the resale value of used Model 3 sedans and Model Y crossovers just after Hertz added tens of thousands of those vehicles to their fleet. The company began selling approximately 20,000 of its electric vehicles toward the close of last year. They announced their EV sell-down plans in January, citing lackluster demand, costly depreciation, and expensive repairs. They took a $245 million charge and reported their biggest quarterly loss since the pandemic. Then in October, Hertz profitability wavered, and the company began blaming the decision on going green with Elon Musk's electric vehicles. Companies blaming their recent quarterly profits miss on Tesla's price cuts and unexpectedly high electric vehicle repair cost, which both caused big problems due to the decision to build a large fleet of Tesla vehicles. Of course, you remember here in January when they announced they're selling off tens of thousands of electric cars because nobody wants to rent them. They're going to replace them with internal combustion engine vehicles, gas-powered cars. All this at a time when the American auto dealers had warned consumers are far less likely to purchase electric vehicles over the traditional gas-powered cars, despite all the efforts from this administration to get us to go green. Meanwhile, the announcement from Reuters on the same day, Monday. Are you familiar with Fisker? That's another electric vehicle manufacturer. Fisker announcing this past day they were going to pause production of their electric vehicles for 6 weeks, looking to raise up to $150 million in funding by selling convertible notes as the startup tries to navigate a cash crunch and weak demand for their electric vehicles. The company added that none of their Ocean SUVs were produced in January, and their manufacturing partner, Magna, made about 1,000 vehicles between February 1 and March 15. Fisker reiterated on Monday they're in talks with a large automaker for a potential transaction. They did not name the company, though. Reuters reported earlier this month Nissan was in advanced talks to invest in the company in a deal that could act as a financial lifeline. Fisker flagged substantial doubt about their ability to continue as a going concern last month, paused investments in future projects until they secured a partnership with an automaker. Now, the company has hired restructuring advisors to assist with the possible bankruptcy filing, according to the Wall Street Journal last week. Yeah, more and more, it's just things not going as anticipated for the EV brands, right? Would that be Brain Dead, I believe?
All my life. What do you say this morning, Steve? It's Friday for me.
Friday.
Thank God. Yeah, you're talking about Tyson. Now, here's something else you may not know, too. Tyson does a lot of chicken for McDonald's, too. They also do a lot of restaurant stuff, KFC and et cetera, et cetera. So Tyson is fairly large too, Steve. They don't do just what you see in the grocery store. But no, I had a brain fart last night and I forgot. You had 2 minutes left to go in the show, but the whole TikTok thing to me, Steve, it's kind of ironic. And when you look at it, they tried this ban in 20. When the presidential election was going on with Trump and Biden. Well, now let's fast forward 4 years. Trump and Biden are running for office again, and this issue comes up. To me, it seems like our political leaders have not addressing the true issues in this country. I'm sorry, a ban on a social media platform smells to me like there's money behind this. Because why didn't they do this investigation or try to ban it, say, in 21, 22, 23, or even better in 17, 18, or 19? Why is it only just when there's a political election?
Mm-hmm.
Because the real issues in this country is immigration, roads, fentanyl, and opioids. Those are the main issues, and they've been going on a hell of a lot longer than TikTok. So why ain't anybody doing something about it? Because, Steve, if this ban goes through, you are about to see a worldwide depression and a civil war. I have said this for many years. It is coming. Pay attention to the signs. It's coming. Steve, why are we worried about a company that's based in China when they don't even have access to the internet like Eagle said, let alone social media?
Well, the people there don't. The people that have access, I mean, it's supposedly it's the Chinese Communist Party, the leadership. Now, I don't really understand what are they going to get? If I had a subscription to TikTok, what kind of information are they going to get? Rand Paul was kind of trying to make the same point you are the other day when he said, well, all these social media outlets, Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, they all have these algorithms, and we know. I mean, they had Zuckerberg on the stand there. They take down they pay attention to what we're searching and whatnot, but I don't really understand what benefit the Chinese party would have from knowing what I'm searching on the internet. I don't get it.
Okay. TikTok does not have a subscription at all. None. You don't. When I signed up for TikTok, and maybe Dingbat or some of the other ones that do use TikTok asked me for 4 things: my name, a birthday, username, and a password. That's it. Same thing with Facebook. Same thing with YouTube. All these social media platforms. It is only when you get into advertising for a business, that's where you do pay for your advertising. I had a business at one time. We did advertising on Facebook. Yeah, but we didn't use our actual bank account. We used PayPal. We used something totally separate from that. But see, Steve, you ought to be worried about what Facebook has on you, because about 4 or 5 years ago, I went up to a place up not far from where you live, up there in Indiana, Ohio. I delivered a tent for a construction site up there, and I asked the guy. I said, "You don't mind me asking, what are you putting up here?" He said, "We're putting up a data farm for Facebook. This is one of 4 more that they're putting up. It's a 1 million square foot building." And our country's worried about China. What about Amazon? Amazon's got my credit card number.
Sure.
There's where more of your data is. This is where we've gone insane, because they have honestly forgot who our number 1 trading partner is, and that's China. They have $500 billion of trade between us. So what's to say we do this ban? The Chinese government says, "Oh, sorry, no more American imports, no American exports. By the way, Pepsi, Frito-Lay, etc. Bye. You're banned from here too." Now we're losing revenue for these companies too. These multi-billion.
Right. Now, and we're going to pause there. And technically, we all know about cyber wars, cyber attacks. If China wants all this information, they're hacking into all these various companies. They're going to get it anyway. It's not like, TikTok is going to end the threat, right?
USA News Update. Former President Trump has failed to obtain a $464 million fraud judgment against him in New York. Trump must post bond by next week, or New York Attorney General Letitia James can begin collection proceedings during the appeals process. The White House confirmed that President Biden and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu had a discussion Monday. They covered recent developments in the Israel-Hamas conflict, particularly focusing on the situation in Rafah and efforts to enhance aid to Gaza. The Supreme Court seems doubtful about restricting the government's communication with social media platforms. Arguments heard on Monday questioned whether the Biden administration's efforts to combat misinformation on these platforms infringed upon the First Amendment. At the heart of the case are communications from administration officials urging platforms to monitor information regarding the legitimacy of the 2020 election and COVID-19. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yeah, the question is it much ado about nothing? Is it a diversion tactic? I don't know. We're talking about TikTok. Interesting report, which says the purported threat is a threat to U.S. national security. You know, all of a sudden it's got to it's got a Chinese spy balloon proportions. But the official record tells a different story. U.S. intelligence, they say, has not produced any evidence that it's ever coordinated with Beijing. But that hasn't stopped many in Congress or even the president touting legislation that would force the sale of the app. The TikTok frenzy fills the news. Now, interviews and testimony to Congress about TikTok, leaders of the FBI, the CIA, and the Director of National Intelligence have, in fact, been very careful to qualify the national security threat posed as purely hypothetical. With access to much of the government's most sensitive intelligence, they are well placed to know. And the basic charge is that the parent company ByteDance, which is a Chinese company, could be compelled by the government in Beijing to use their app in targeted operations to manipulate public opinion, collect mass data on Americans, or even spy on individual users. TikTok says they have never shared U.S. user data with the Chinese government. They wouldn't do so if asked, they said. TikTok's CEO said that there is no CCP ownership of ByteDance. Top national security officials seem happy to echo the allegations of Chinese control of TikTok, but they stop short of saying that China has ever actually coordinated with the company. Typical is an interview with the CIA director, William Burns, in 2022, where he said it was, quote, troubling to see what the Chinese government could do to manipulate TikTok. Not what the Chinese government has done, but what it could do. What China could do turns out to be the recurring theme. Statement after statement from top national security officials. Christopher Wray, also in 22, at the University of Michigan, that said TikTok's parent company is controlled by the Chinese government and gives them the potential, emphasis added, potential to leverage the app in ways I think should concern us. He went on to talk about their ability to control the recommendation algorithm, which he said allows them to manipulate content, and if they want to, again, if they want to, use it to influence operations. So, watching videos on TikTok, the reels and the shorts. I don't know. What's the Chinese government going to learn from me by watching videos? I'm not really grasping it, but.
Exactly, Steve, because, see, they're worried about one app. In any app store, I guarantee you there's not just one. There are hundreds or thousands of apps like TikTok that are based in China. There's not just one. So how are you going to police and monitor all the other ones? You're going to pull one out. You're going to start a domino effect. Because, see, here's something else to think about too, Steve. If this goes through, we can lose $1 trillion of our debt back to China because they could call their bonds in and say, hey, we want $1 trillion. Then what's going to happen? All the other countries are going to panic. Remember back in the Great Depression, they had a run on the banks. So what's to say all these countries don't have a run on us and we have to come up with $30 trillion? That throws us into a depression. We're almost there right now with this recession. I understand what they're trying to say about the hacking, but how many stories have you told, Steve, or read, Steve, that have said the Russians are hacking us?
Every day, nonstop, right now. Yes.
Right. You only get hacked when you don't keep your security systems up. You get hacked because you put too much information out there. We're all the time putting data on the internet. Dingbat can't figure out why I don't put my credit cards and whatnot on my phone for the touch pay for Apple. I said, simple. If my phone walks away, there goes all my credit cards. Why do I need to have it? I got them in my pocket. Steal them. I can cut them off in about a couple minutes. But still, I'm not putting my data out there. Plus, too, Steve, on all these, I don't know if you got an iPhone or not, but I know with iPhones, they have a thing on there which says allow to track. Mm-hmm. Simple little problem. Mm-hmm. Simple little way to fix that. Don't allow it to track. Boom. There you go. You can't be tracked. Simple enough. But I don't know what data they want on. I don't know what data they want. I really don't know. I mean, quite honestly, it's just leave this alone. Focus on the more important things. before things start going downhill and quick, Steve.
Yeah.
But I want to have fun for my weekend, so I got to do a little yard work with the dingbat one, and of course she changed her schedule, so that's going to be even more fun too, Steve. But you have a good truck show, and we'll holler at you next week.
Very good, yes. And that's right, because we won't be here when you head back to work in a couple of days. Meanwhile, is it primary day? I believe it is primary day in the state of Ohio. And the Associated Press is feeling the pressure as an organization after they published what they're calling an attack piece on Ohio Senate candidate Bernie Moreno. Thursday evening, the article publication. Since then, key elements of that story have collapsed. Now, several U.S. senators, attorneys, and other high-profile conservatives are publicly questioning if the Associated Press has opened itself up to legal liability should Moreno actually move to sue the organization. The gist of the problem for the Associated Press goes like this, in two separate pieces. The Associated Press revealed that Moreno's email account was used more than a decade ago to create a salacious adult friend finder account. It's like one of those dating app things. The Moreno team responded to the AP prior to their publication with the revelation that while the account was in fact made, it was created by an intern for Moreno at the time. That intern has signed a document taking responsibility for creating the account and claimed he did it as a prank. Another executive at one of Moreno's companies confirmed that the then intern had access to Moreno's email account and that his duties as an intern included regularly checking Moreno's email account. While the AP reported as much, their articles cast heavy doubt on this explanation, both of their original two pieces and in social media postings from the AP reporter Brian Saladisco, whose byline is on the two articles, did not include the exculpatory evidence and the entirely plausible explanation for why and how that account was originally created. Also, it was reported Saturday evening, the two original AP pieces also, in an apparent effort to further link Moreno to the account that the intern says he made as a prank, used the phrase geolocation data in an effort to show the account was set up for use in a part of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, where property records show Moreno's parents owned a home at the time. The issue now centers pretty heavily around the Associated Press use of the term geolocation data. All I know is Moreno's on the ballot today. Is this the kind of thing they're talking about, election interference? I think that's a prime example of what could be described as that. Hey, we'll see what's going on. Yes, Knuckle Buster.
Thanks for taking me back a second time, Mr. Steve Summers. TikTok there, they want your name, your email, your phone number. They won't allow to send you notifications. They want your location services, too. You can say, well, while I'm using the app, or deny them it, or always. A lot of people just hit always. So that's part of what's going on. They're tracking everybody. Trucker Path is owned by a Chinese social media company. So when they say they're not reporting back to the Chinese government, I think that's more baloney than I got, right?
I've heard of Trucker's Path, but I'm not real familiar. What is that?
It tells you where the truck stops are, tells you what available parking is. It'll tell you what the weigh stations are doing, because drivers are reporting what's going on as they're going down the road. They ask you questions like, well, how many trucking spots are available in that truck stop?
Okay.
You know, what's the weigh station doing? Are they open? Bypass on? all kinds of things like that. And they're just gathering information about us day in and day out there. So the young lady that you had on, she's been in the insurance business as long as Tennessee has. Tennessee going on 30 years there. So woman seems pretty knowledgeable there. My brother, he married a paralegal assistant. You don't want to sit next to this woman. She'll pick your brain to death when you're trying to eat your Thanksgiving turkey and dressing, right? She knows more about you than you know about yourself when you get done there. Well, Tennessee's a good hands woman there. She's the best insurance agent I know anyway. So, Philip, Tennessee can't even help you, buddy, down there in Florida. Everybody's leaving Florida, and they're in the insurance business to make a profit, see? And when you start losing profit, you just back out. You're on your own,
I mean, Rachel did bring up the fact that we're all paying a bit more. I mean, when you have all these, natural disasters, the number of accidents, big trucks, and every day it happens. But I'm thinking Florida's problem. It's the hurricanes, it's the flooding, right? When you've got 5,000 vehicle claims that these vehicles were submerged in water after a hurricane flooded an entire town, they say, well, we're not going to insure cars down there anymore.
Yeah, that's right. You ought to see their face when Tennessee's boss tells them, we're not in the business to provide you with insurance. We're in the business to make a profit. And their face is like, golly, I was really dumbfounded over that one, Well, let's shift gears, Steve. Eagle, that's what they make personal conveyance for. I get to a consignee or a shipper and they don't allow me to park. I go on personal conveyance. No parking available, towed to move, going to a safe haven. And then I run over and park, and when I get ready to go back over there, I get back on personal conveyance again and say, towed to move, facility parking. All right? And that's what I do. I've been DOT'd, and they don't do nothing to me. That's because that's legal. How many times have we heard him say that he was through with NASCAR and the NFL?
A time or two.
Yeah. I don't know, Steve. I don't know. That's just funny. I mean, come on now. You ain't going to put Tyson Chicken out of business. I can guarantee you they got more money than you and me and everybody else that calls in on this show, right?
No doubt.
I read on the drive there that Hendricks should bring 1,000 horsepower to NASCAR next week at no extra cost. Of course, not Kyle Larson. So I don't know. And then I also read they got somebody built a giant road legal shopping cart on a Volkswagen buggy frame. It's the ultimate grocery getter. So, did you read about that guy up there in Michigan was burning them Swift trailers down?
Yeah, I did. They talked for 2-3 years. He's out there burning up trucks. 20-something trucks, all said and done.
Yeah, man, they got plenty of money. They like Tyson Chicken. They ain't going out of business. He'd have had to burn a lot more trailers than that there. And also on CDL Live, there was a body left in the median for 4 days after it got hit and run over by a semi-truck. Now, you hit somebody and you don't know it, you know that's bad.
And I don't think they've found they've found the trucker that hit him either.
No, they ain't found him. Not that I know of. I haven't heard any more reports on it there. All right, now you're going to Mid-America Truck Show this week, right?
That is correct.
All right. Are you going to ask somebody down there what the capital of Kentucky is? Is it Louisville or Louisville? And you know the answer is Frankfort, right? I got a new one for you.
Okay.
I want you to listen real closely to what I'm telling you. How much dirt is in a 6-foot hole? It would be none, Steve. There ain't no dirt left in that hole.
All right, there you go. Knuckle Buster, we'll chat again. Have a great night. It is 844-844-3388. Ain't no dirt in that hole. It's a hole, okay. I found it interesting. The F-35 stealth fighter has finally been cleared for full-rate production. 17 years after the aircraft first took to the air, and almost 23 years after Lockheed Martin won the contract for the Joint Strike Fighter, the decision to move forward, known as Milestone C, is hugely significant for the Joint Strike Fighter program. But it comes at a time in which the U.S. military is not accepting new aircraft, with concerns about the status of the Block 4 upgrades that are seen as a cornerstone of the F-35's future development potential. Okay, there's several Air Force updates, and I think there's one other where the Air Force is going to be reducing their force. Yeah, like several other branches have already announced, because they can't find enough recruits. But we'll return right after this, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Okay, here it is. The U.S. Air Force has proposed a reduction in their planned troop total in the 2025 budget request to Congress after failing to reach their recruitment goals last year. The Air Force has proposed reducing its size by 8,000 troops in fiscal year 25. According to military.com, Air Force officials told reporters during a roundtable last week that they're targeting a total of 504,000 troops for fiscal 2025 compared to the 24 budget request end strength projection of 512,000 troops. Now, the 25 budget request reduction of total airmen in the service after the Air Force failed to reach the recruitment goals last year for the first time in over 20 years. The Air Force was 10% short of active duty recruitment goals also in fiscal year 23. Deputy Assistant Secretary of the Air Force Budget said that was probably assuming some optimistic growth that just given the recruiting challenges we've experienced in the last year was unrealistic. Let's see. Caitlin Holmes, Air Force spokeswoman, says the troop reduction request includes 4,700 fewer active duty troops, 2,600 fewer reserve members, and 700 fewer Air National Guardsmen. Back to the phones, 5 before the hour, and Vic checks in here on a Tuesday morning. Vic, how we doing?
Well, I don't know. All I've heard is bad news there. You were talking about the Air Force and everything and NATO. I think Europe better plan to do their own NATO thing, because it doesn't seem like Uncle Sam's going to be able to bail them out much longer. And this deal over in Israel is the prime example of that, because way back when, whenever the Air Force was dragging their heels on starting up the Special Warfare Unit that Kennedy had mandated, they were the last ones to the game, and their Special Warfare Unit started in 1965. And they looked around and said, well, we got a bunch of old World War II and Korean aircraft things, and we can make slow-moving gunships out of those, because the fast movers come in and they're out and gone, the F-4s and all that. So that's how I wound up being in a Special Warfare Unit, because we had the old C-119s. They didn't cost much if they got shot down or anything else. So anyhow, then they found out that, lo and behold, some of those platforms worked pretty good, and the C-130s, they couldn't. I still don't know what the deal was. They could carry a lot of cargo, but they couldn't be a gunship, so they remodified those. That's where the Spectre gunship came from, and then that went on to the A-10. And essentially, what the Air Force did at that time was they provided air cover for the Navy SEALs and the Army Green Beret and Marine, what they called the LRRCs, the Long Range Reconnaissance Patrol. Mm-hmm. Those were the guys that were doing it up close and personal.
Mm-hmm. Well, Vic, we got to pause there, but we'll return right after this.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. Congress is continuing to work on legislation that would avoid a partial government shutdown at the end of the week. Funding runs out midnight Friday for 6 annual spending bills. Lawmakers are continuing to talk regarding the 6 measures spending package, but differences remain over how to fund the Department of Homeland Security as lawmakers are at odds over how to tackle the border and immigration. Arguments in the case over whether the Biden administration's push to censor what they believe is misinformation on social media platforms has wrapped up. House Judiciary Committee Chairman, Republican from Ohio, Jim Jordan, who's been leading an effort to uncover a link between big tech censorship and the federal government, was in the courtroom during oral arguments. He says one of the justices was certainly on the side of the Biden administration when it comes to this one.
The big takeaway today was Ketanji Brown Jackson when she said to the Solicitor General from Louisiana, she said, "You've got the First Amendment hamstringing the government." Well, that's what it's supposed to do, for goodness sake. It was literally one of the craziest things I've ever seen.
President Vladimir Putin has been reelected to a 5th term in Russia's presidential election. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan gives his reaction to Putin's victory in a White House press briefing.
Nothing about the election outcome was unpredictable. Putin had closed the political space, had locked up political opponents. Some of his political opponents had tragically died. And so there was nothing free or fair about this election, and the outcome was preordained.
Health officials are urging families traveling to measles-affected countries to get babies as young as 6 months vaccinated. The CDC issuing a health alert about measles spreading across the world. It is recommended families get their infants the shot a few months ahead of the regular vaccine schedule if needed for travel. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Gas prices are once again on the rise. According to AAA, the national average price on Monday stands at $3.47 a gallon, marking a 7-cent increase from the previous week and a 19-cent increase over the past month. The spike in gas has played a significant role in inflation reports last week, which were worse than anticipated. The increase is attributed to heightened demand and refinery outages. Afghanistan's Taliban says that Pakistan carried out 2 airstrikes on its territory Monday, killing 5 women and 3 children. White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre urged both nations to address their differences through means other than violence in a press briefing.
We urge the Taliban to ensure that terrorist attacks are not launched from Afghan soil. We urge Pakistan to exercise restraint and ensure civilians are not harmed in their counter-terrorism efforts.
AstraZeneca is introducing a price cap of $35 for its inhalers, the pharmaceutical company announcing this on Monday, mirroring a move made by one of its competitors. The action coincides with independent Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders and other Democrats looking into the practices of the 4 main inhaler manufacturers who are accused of charging Americans higher prices compared to customers abroad. For USA News, I'm Tim Berg.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, welcome into a Tuesday. Crossing over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Trust your week's off to a good start. Recall. Got a recall to tell you about PACCAR announcing the recall over 116,000 Kenworth and Peterbilt trucks due to a gear shifter issue. According to the info from the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, an improperly crimped connector to the gear shifter may cause a loss of communication between it and the transmission. This may result in the vehicle becoming disabled after coming to a stop. There's a number of models impacted. Peterbilt models affected include model years 2021 to 2024. I don't know, is this all of them? 348, 365, 367, 389, 535, 536, 537, 548, 567, and 579. Kenworth models affected, same model years 21 to 24. The T180, 280, 380, 480, 880, W990, the T680 would be model years 2021 to 2025. Notification letters expected to be mailed by May the 7th, according to the recall document. Dealers will inspect and replace the gear shifter assembly as necessary, free of charge. Recall. All right, get back to, we were chatting with Vic there before the news break.
Yeah, I was talking about the Air Force's venture into the Special Warfare Unit. All that stuff providing air cover back in the Vietnam era, that required either those little bird dogs, they called them, marking spots, or the OH-1 Army Scout helicopter. And if you look up all the aircraft, the most shot down aircraft, those were the two that were most shot down. They lost pilots in them. And a lot of them were just brought down by rifle fire, some by anti-aircraft. And you fast forward to today, they don't have to do that. We have these little, what they call micro drones. Some of them are like 6 inches and one thing, and maybe slightly bigger. But we have the ability with all the advent of, or the progression of what they used to call the wild weasels, the F-105s and F-4s with electronic jamming devices and everything. We're far more sophisticated than that, and we're deploying none of that in the Red Sea to help our shipping or to help the Israelis. And basically the Houthis could be done with in a very few days. And then when you come back to Israel there and Hamas, we went through all that stuff back and forwards with, we'll have a ceasefire, and they would rebuild, way back in the Vietnam era days, and probably some other ones along the way that the public didn't even know about. The simple fact is, Biden, with today, he has no intention of standing beside Israel. They've been after, way back in the Obama era, you recall, they tried to interfere with Israeli elections to get rid of Netanyahu, and I have no idea what it is that they fear from him, other than they're trying to support the Palestinians, and Hamas basically has said Israel doesn't have the right to exist, and they're going to do away with it. And I can't understand why Biden, every time they make progress, he opens his mouth and makes some form of a support or gives them a lifeline. And now they're telling the shipping in the Red Sea to turn off their transponders. And it's like, why would they? I don't understand that at all. But the whole thing with the Biden administration, they seem to be wanting to weaken America and its allies. And for what purpose, I don't know. Maybe they're more invested in China, and I found Pelosi's comment kind of interesting, considering the support they're sending China. And you guys talking about TikTok, your answer is they want to regulate all social media to make sure they don't discuss the 2020 election or the COVID pandemic. And they're using TikTok as a whipping boy, while at the same time they're buying most of the electronic technology, the chips and everything from China for the F-35 NATO fighter. So, I mean, it's a rather odd thing, but really what I called up was going to talk about, I heard y'all talking about Tyson and hiring all these people. Whenever you hire for agriculture, they have like, I don't know what the number is anymore, but it's for agricultural field workers, picking vegetables, fruit, whatever. And there are certain, they have to furnish them apartments, places to live in, and a lot of other stuff. But somehow, some way, in the last decade or so, these packers, they got it to where that they could, that these immigrants could be considered endlessly agricultural workers rather than under the Packers and Stockyard Act. So I don't know how much subsidy all these people are getting at these different places, but with Tyson in particular, the reason they might have hired all those different asylum seekers, it might have been to kind of pacify the Biden administration, because the Merrick Garland said, it's been 3 or 4 months ago, that the agricultural people were going to be looked at, the consolidation of the agricultural industry under antitrust. And Senator Grassley of Iowa, he wanted to make sure that no foreign entities would get any agricultural subsidies, like these people buying up farmland, that they wouldn't get any crop subsidies, or they now have something like the livestock indemnity program. All those people that lost cattle down there in Texas, I'm sure they're going to be putting in claims. So with Tyson there, they have grown so big that they can't reduce the price of their chicken, because if they do, it'll affect the sales of their beef or pork. I mean, they're kind of so big in everything. And even whenever Bill Clinton, when he was in office, he gave them fishing rights up in Alaska that caused some of those fishermen up there to lose their boats. I've kind of forgotten all that. But the other thing is, they were taking their fish to China to have them debone it for their minced chicken, and also minced fish, and also for their you're talking about these chicken nuggets. They were doing that with some of their chicken nuggets, and it was going back into the school program, and they got that cut out from the school food program. Then China kept going and Tyson kept going until, I guess now they've got those chicken nuggets back into the school program, because I've lost a lot of track of that. But long story short is that Tyson and these other agricultural producers, they have changed the law so much. I should have said Packers. They have changed the law so much that they're getting immense government subsidies, And I don't know about Purdue or Pilgrim's Pride. Those the other two big chicken producers. But by and large, Tyson is, they're Goliath in the whole food processing industry, and it would be interesting to know how much subsidy they're getting from all these people. And with everybody upset about immigration, I would imagine the reason they went to New York and took all those people in as asylum seekers, that'll kind of make the Biden administration in New York a little bit happier. But, that's just my theory on the thing. And the other thing, too, with Trump and all this, I'm surprised he didn't go to Lloyd's of London to get his bonding for that New York case, because Lloyd's of London, they call themselves an insurance, but people actually invest in, like on a ship, when they insure a ship and the cargo and everything, they just put in so much, they say, we have this ship, it's going to do certain things, and then people invest in it. They're almost more like a broker or something, a risk broker. So I'm kind of surprised. I don't know if Trump's really exhausted everything. And the other thing is I think Letitia James forgot about the first 10 amendments. It's called the Bill of Rights. There's about 3 different things in there in the Constitution that says something about unreasonable search and seizure. So, again, I'm kind of surprised Trump's lawyers haven't went in there and asked for a federal injunction and make her justify everything. The deal in Georgia, that's beyond belief. But by and large, again, coming back to TikTok and social media, if you listen to your news report, they say that they don't want misinformation and they don't want anybody talking about the 2020 election or the COVID pandemic. And I'm sorry, but when you have a bunch, when they shut down that Georgia ballot counting, they said that earlier, and first they said it was a big water main break. Then they said no, it was just a leaky urinal, but it overflowed and affected some ballots and some equipment, or could have. It was where they were stored, but it said it didn't affect those. And then somehow there were 50,000 ballots from other places in Georgia stored in the same place, and they had. But if everything was fixed and they weren't damaged, why did they shut down ballot counting there in Fulton County? So
questions we may never get the answers to, right? As far as Trump and the bond, the report I'm seeing says, it doesn't have the cash to obtain an appeal bond that would prevent New York's Attorney General from seizing his real estate assets. The lawyers in the filing said it has proved impossible for the former president to get a bond that would secure the full judgment he faces while he appeals the verdict. The filing asked a panel of 5 appeals court judges to let Trump avoid having to post a bond while he challenges the judge's verdict that he, the Trump Organization, and other defendants committed business fraud. If the panel does not approve that request, Letitia James could begin a process to seize Trump's properties on March 25th. Of course, let's see. The filing in Manhattan Supreme Court's Appellate Division says Trump's team contacted about 30 surety companies, but did not find one willing to underwrite the bond. They noted that obtaining a bond of that size would require cash reserves approaching $1 billion, which neither the former president nor the Trump Organization company has. Under the New York court rules, Trump must post an appeal bond to avoid James moving to collect on the fraud judgment. A campaign spokesman said a bond of this size would be an abuse of the law, contradict bedrock principles of our republic, and fundamentally undermine the rule of law in New York. Trump was ordered to pay the lion's share of the judgment, $454 million, and his sons were, $4 million apiece, I think is what theirs came. Either way, despite Monday's nearly 5,000-page court ruling by his lawyers detailed his inability to get a bond to secure the full judgment. So we'll see where it goes from here, but, I mean, isn't that kind of the goal was for Letitia James trying to bankrupt the guy? It is 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Did you know gas goes bad in as little as 30 days? Bad gas can cause rough starts, poor performance, or no starts at all. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Whether it's your car, truck, boat, lawnmower, leaf blower, weed trimmer, ATV, motorcycle, or anything else with an engine, when you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Under industry headlines, a truck driver in Louisiana being charged with negligent homicide for his role in a crash last year that killed a Missouri man. That crash was one of several that killed ultimately 8 people. This was back on October 23rd. Ronald Britt of Lafayette, Louisiana, was driving his 80,000-pound truck about 60 miles per hour on Interstate 55 during a severe fog event that ultimately spurred multiple crashes. Authorities determined after a multi-month investigation that Britt was operating at a negligent speed, given the driving conditions. Crashed into a vehicle operated by James Fleming, who died. His wife was also severely injured. The Missouri man had stopped his vehicle without crashing, but road congestion prevented him from leaving the roadway, according to state police. This was what they call the super fog event. Dense fog mixed in with marsh fire smoke, so thick that visibility was nearly zero. Britt was arrested Monday, charged with negligent homicide, negligent injuring, reckless operation, and other traffic offenses. Odd. In this, 8 people died, 63 were injured in the multiple pileups that involved ultimately 168 vehicles. Several crash scenes had caught fire. I remember talking about there were actually back-to-back mornings where they had the super fog events there in Louisiana. But operating the truck at 60 miles per hour in super fog. 5-7, what's happening?
Well, first off, I did want to clarify for Heatwave earlier. He wasn't sure if South Carolina had the death penalty. Dylan Root, Charleston church shooter, was sentenced to death. But he's still sitting up there, so I don't know when they're going to do it. Other than that, let's see, tidbits, a little bit of this, a little bit of that. Yesterday morning, y'all were talking about it. I was watching it on TV where the cops chased this guy down in the beach, had him at gunpoint. He was standing there. Oddly enough, they had his picture up on the TV set, and clearly stated he was a 16-year-old. Well, it's supposed to be a college deal, but apparently the news later on this morning said he was out there, Philip said he was out there selling drugs. I'll tell you what, I wouldn't want my kids going down there. Another little tidbit on, I'm trying to remember what I even called for. Just so much good stuff, come on. Philip, okay, I'll go with this. Brain Dead said, what can the TikTok do? Well, I do know that we've got a friend, and I talked to him, and he's upset because he does like TikTok. He says he likes it because it has all points of view. Well, I get all kinds of points of view from Facebook. I get the reels, and I've seen something, and I think, clearly China wants to know the mood of the nation. Are they going to move on with this weak president? I mean, are they going to, they're going to feel or sense that Biden's going to actually make it, no matter what the polling says. Biden's going to make it back as president, which would give them reason to take their time on taking Taiwan, because that'll give them 4 more years to take their time. And but they can feel us a little bit better because they're seeing what we're typing in, pro or con, how that works. I seen before Israel was attacked by Hamas, there was, for almost 2 weeks, constant stories about how Israel is doing this to Hamas, shooting a little boy in his driveway for no reason at all, tearing down somebody's house. Well, it's clearly what their practice is. If somebody blows up a bus in Israel, they'll come and tear that person's house down. Kick the family out, tear the house down. Now, if there was a gunfight, I'm pretty sure the child might have got in the way. But, and I actually got on there and said that, so obviously that's going to show up as, their propaganda didn't work. There was another one where it showed Israel did this, you couldn't understand his language. He had the child, a baby, an infant with no head, and there was blood on the nightgown or whatever. He's shaking it, and was it Israel fighting Hamas or was it Pakistan where they had that?
Right. Hey, 5-7. I got to pause there.
USA News Update. Former President Trump has failed to obtain a $464 million fraud judgment against him in New York. Trump must post bond by next week, or New York Attorney General Letitia James can begin collection proceedings during the appeals process. The White House confirmed that President Biden and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu had a discussion Monday. They covered recent developments in the Israel-Hamas conflict, particularly focusing on the situation in Rafah and efforts to enhance aid to Gaza. The Supreme Court seems doubtful about restricting the government's communication with social media platforms. Arguments heard on Monday questioned whether the Biden administration's efforts to combat misinformation on these platforms infringed upon the First Amendment. At the heart of the case are communications from administration officials urging platforms to monitor information regarding the legitimacy of the 2020 election and COVID-19. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OVERNIGHTDRIVE at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All righty, room for you at 844-844-3388. Trying to remember Friday mornings, as Scarecrow called to give us the final word that he'll be headed out of the country for a few days, or a few weeks, actually. So I'm thinking by now he should safely be on the ground with his son and the family there. Hope all goes well, safe travels. Meanwhile, we'll get other industry headlines come out. First, let me get back and finish up with 5-7. Welcome back.
Yeah, Brain Dead was saying, why they want to mess with the internet. And it is propaganda and trying to, I seen where the Hamas was trying to influence people already against Israel before they attacked Israel. And I've seen a bunch of anti-Israel stuff, or Israel's doing this and Israel's doing that. And I basically quit getting this stuff because I would type in almost the same thing by saying, well, so far I haven't seen him put a baby in an oven, light it in front of the grandmother, and cook it and stuff. Or I haven't seen Israel parading young females with bloody crotches that's been raped down through the streets. I haven't seen any Palestinian women being treated like that. And just bringing up what I do know, and it eventually took that down. A bunch of anti-Trump stuff come up there. I reposted one that I thought was cool. It was from the early 1900s, before child labor laws, 1910 or something like that, and it showed a 3-year-old with his dad, chimney sweep.
I saw that one.
Chimney fires were extremely dangerous. It was shocking. But you know what? That's one child that grew up and he had memories of working with his dad. And I bet you they had a bond you wouldn't believe. That the job was so important because chimney fires were so dangerous. And a chimney sweep's job was extremely important. I mean, that job of a chimney sweep probably saved a whole city block from being burnt down for a chimney fire. So, I loved it. One person gets on there. The Republicans would have everybody doing this. All children working like this. And the only thing I put down was, hey, Jim Crow, slavery, Jim Crow, and the open borders, drugs piling in, and I said, that's your imagination of what the Republicans would do. This is what the Democrats have done. I told them vote red. So.
There you go.
Hey.
All right, copy in the mail, 5-7. California Highway Patrol reminding truckers of the dangers of overheated brakes. Following a recent big rig blaze on I-80. This was over Donner Pass at the Commercial Vehicle Enforcement Facility, taking to social media reminding truckers. A long negative grade can spell disaster if you don't know how to manage your braking system. Well, I'm thinking there's a whole lot of drivers out there, especially newer drivers, who may have never traversed the up and down mountains of the West. Give those brakes a break. Truck drivers, westbound I-80 just past Blue Canyon exit is a long negative grade. Effective compression braking will allow you to safely traverse down the mountain, alleviating the stress on your braking system. Now, obviously, you have to be in the right gear, right? Compression braking. When brakes overheat, catastrophic results happen, as depicted in the photo below. Also ensure to complete a brake system check at the Blue Canyon Brake Check area. Now, there was a story that one of our listening friends came to mind. Someone had suggested here a few days ago, I'm trying to quote, was it a $20 an hour minimum wage across the board? Or was it $30 an hour? Remember that conversation? Tried to explain if you're going to do. I said, Exhibit A, California, $20 an hour minimum wage for the fast food workers, where restaurants are now shuttering locations. They're exiting the state. cutting back on hours for existing workers. I thought, well, this is a perfect example of what happens when you try to implement a minimum wage that it's too high. Lyft and Uber drivers will cease operations in Minneapolis after the city council voted last Thursday, I believe it was, to override the mayoral veto and require that ride-hailing services increase driver wages to the equivalent of the local minimum wage of $15.57 an hour. Lyft called the ordinance deeply flawed, saying in a statement it supports a minimum earnings standard for drivers, but not the one passed by the council. This should be done in an honest way that keeps the service affordable for riders. This ordinance makes our operations unsustainable, and as a result, we are shutting down operations in Minneapolis when this law takes effect May 1. Uber didn't immediately respond to a request for comment, but news outlets reported they issued a similar statement saying that they would also stop service May 1. Both companies promised to push for statewide legislation that would counter the Minneapolis ordinance. The State House Republicans proposed a bill Thursday that would preempt local regulations of the ride-hailing services. Now, the city council first passed the measure last week in a 9-4 vote, despite the mayor's promise to veto it. The measure requires ride-hailing companies to pay drivers at least $1.40 per mile and 51 cents per minute for the time spent transporting a rider, or $5 per ride, whichever is greater, excluding tips. In the event of a multi-city trip, that only applies to the portion that takes place within Minneapolis. Critics of the bill said the cost will spike for everyone, including people with low incomes and people with disabilities who rely on ride-hailing services. Supporters say the services are relied on drivers who are often people of color and immigrants for cheap labor. The Democrat governor, who vetoed a bill last year that would have boosted pay for Uber and Lyft drivers, told the Associated Press he was concerned because so many depend on these services, including the likes of disabled people. He said he believed these companies would pull the plug, and then there's nothing to fill that gap. How are these people now going to get from point A to point B? He added he hopes the legislature would seek a compromise that both includes fair pay for drivers and dissuades the companies from leaving. Now, this is not the first city to pass this kind of legislation. Seattle and New York City have passed similar policies in recent years that increase wages for the ride-hailing drivers. They have not pulled out of those cities, at least at this point in time, but can't sustain operations. It is 844-844-3388. The guinea pigs are at work. Well, we're looking to someday maybe go to Mars. Given that sending humans to live on Mars is a when, not if proposition, NASA has begun experimenting on people, 4 of them right now, on the effects of the red planet. 4 volunteer crew members are currently months into a year-long simulated mission called Crew Health and Performance Exploration Analog, tucked away in a 1,700-square-foot habitat at Johnson Space Center in Houston. Now, they're scheduled to hold the second of 3 such missions the spring of next year. But they kind of gave a preview of what these guinea pigs or these humans would endure on Mars, saying that the planet has some really unique challenges. Needing a spacesuit on Mars is common knowledge. But he highlighted 2 major unknowns. Radiation, number 1. So we actually don't know, for example, how much cancer risk would be increased in a place like Mars. It does not have a strong magnetosphere like we have on the Earth, and it doesn't have a thick atmosphere to protect you. The second is sand. The sand on the surface of Mars is actually called regolith. It's sharp and jagged and sort of laden with endocrine-disrupting hormones, which will mess up your blood pressure and your heart rate. So you're going to want to make sure you don't grow your plants directly in that or let it get into your habitat. They understand the arguments for the desire to reach and maintain life on Mars, saving the Earth, and the backup plan for humans. Of course, in addition to the epic novelty of waking up on the surface of Mars, seeing a Martian sunrise. Yeah, can you imagine a 1,700-foot facility, 4 individuals locked in for an entire year? And some of the things they're doing is trying to actually grow their own food, recycling what water they have available, all that. We'll return after this. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Going back to Philip's conversation a bit ago, as the country of Haiti is in complete chaos, there are great concerns that anyone that can find a way to maybe float to the USA. Remember the Cuban boat lift? Republicans from Florida in the House there are expecting a wave of refugees from crisis-ridden Haiti to descend on the state. They're urging the president to allow the U.S. Navy to reinforce the state's efforts to conduct maritime interdictions and repatriations of Haitians. Several representatives writing a letter to Biden this past day urging him to exercise his authority under 46 U.S. Code 70051 and declare an anticipated mass migration of aliens en route to or arriving off the coast of the U.S. They wrote the law is bolstered by Executive Order 13276, signed by George W. Bush in November of 2002. The code allows the Defense Department to offer naval assistance to the U.S. Coast Guard to interdict and repatriate migrants before they reach U.S. soil. We know the gangs have pretty much taken over Haiti. led by Barbecue, the gang leader, and his group's G9, seizing the national airport at the capital of Port-au-Prince, taking control of the city, forcing the prime minister and the interim president to resign. Friday, Representative Maria Salazar said that any Haitian refugees encountered by U.S. naval forces should not be repatriated, but instead sent to the U.S. military base at Guantanamo, where they housed thousands of Haitian and Cuban refugees in the 1990s. Now, Bush's executive order also actually names Guantanamo Bay as a possible location for refugees. The Biden administration's considering using the base, according to a CNN report, to process Haitians there in a mass exodus. Crazy things going on. Meanwhile, we have another neighbor just to our south, a.k.a. Cuba, where there's a lot of unrest, power outages plaguing the entire island, the island nation. See if we can dig up the rest of the story on that here, coming up momentarily. I think Eagle wanted to chime in about the TikTok thing, I do believe. Welcome back, Eagle.
Yeah, I wanted to say something about that, and one other thing about Donald Trump, where it's associated with TikTok, Steve. Hey, listen, Steve, you might want to check out some of these videos and some of your other listeners. On TikTok right now, these losers are making fun of Donald Trump. I was looking at some of the videos while you had me on hold. As you say, Donald Trump told his lawyers told the people that he couldn't come up with the $450 million that he owes, they claim that he owes to the state of New York. And you should see some of the garbage that's on there that people are trying to say that Donald Trump is a failure, that he's broke, that he has no money, that he's going to have to sell his properties, this and that. Well, I got bad news for these people, Steve. Like I told you before, Donald Trump, he doesn't owe the state of New York one damn dime. And Letitia James, like I said, Donald Trump, he needs to get his lawyers together right now and be working on a case against her for this bogus case that she got going against him, because this is garbage. Donald Trump doesn't owe them a dime, and I wouldn't pay them a damn dime. And if she tries to take his money, his property from him, like I told you a couple of weeks, I sue her for everything she got in that worthless rat hole that they call New York City. It just pisses me off, Steve, that this woman is trying to railroad Donald Trump on some bogus charges. They're trying to bankrupt the guy, Steve.
That's what they're doing.
Trying to get him out of the race. What'd you say?
That's exactly what they're doing. They want to.
Go ahead.
They're wanting to seize his assets. They're talking. There's headlines about putting liens on all of his properties, putting liens on his bank accounts.
Yeah, it's embarrassing. But like I say, the Democrats, they're having a field day on TikTok. But it's like I said, God has his way of working in mysterious ways. Donald Trump, he's going to come out on top one way or the other. So these people, they can throw every trick that they want to throw at Donald Trump, and he's still going to come out on top when it's all said and done. Letitia James she's going to end up being a failure, just like she is, just like everybody, just like all these other bogus cases that they got against Donald Trump. And if I was Trump, like I told you before, Steve, I wouldn't even try to come up with the damn money. The hell with New York, the hell with Letitia James and anybody associated with New York City. Like I said, if she came and tried to touch my property in Mar-a-Lago, Plain, or whatever he got, assets Trump got, I'd sue her for every damn dime she had. She'd regret the day she ever tried to touch my property if I was Donald Trump. But like I said before, Steve, Donald Trump, he's the most hated man in the history of the U.S. probably. He'll probably go down. I don't think no other man. Donald Trump said the other day at his rally, Steve, do you realize that, he tried to make it seem like a joke, but it's not a joke. He said that he's been indicted more than a damn mafia kingpin. I forgot what that guy's name was back in the 30s and 40s. Donald Trump has more indictments than that guy. And Donald Trump ain't killed no damn body. But but you look at the way they treat this man he could spend over 400 to 500 years in jail. No other man has been treated like this, Steve. It's just a complete embarrassment. And like I said before, the people on TikTok, they can laugh all they want, but all those people that's laughing on TikTok, they might not be laughing too much sooner because TikTok might not be available for those losers to use anymore, and that might not be a bad thing. The hell with TikTok and the hell with those losers that's abusing it. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
Okay. Bloomberg legal reporter Eric Larson was talking about this yesterday after the attorneys had filed. And the question, if he doesn't post this, I guess, this bond by Monday, he can still appeal, but it's just that this verdict will be enforced immediately come Monday. Now, he turned to Goodman and said, now, what happens then if he can't? If he loses in court, he can't sell a building by next Monday. I mean, then what? And Goodman painted kind of a dire picture. He said, well, then Letitia James seizes his property, puts liens on all of his assets, bank accounts, and that's not restricted to New York. So she probably at this point understands where he has different assets in Florida, Mar-a-Lago, and elsewhere. And Burnett said, well, now what does that mean? He can't go into them, or people can't go, well, what does that actually mean? And he says it does mean that he would not be able to. Now, it'd be fought out in some parts in the courts, but for that period of time, it would these properties realistically become unusable. And how does he get any additional businesses going when these are under foreclosure or being seized by the courts? This was the goal from day one with Letitia James and what was the judge and Rogan. I guess Drudge is kind of, he's all in with this. The headline from Drudge. There's the word bloodbath. Bloodbath, right? Trump fails to get bond. Billionaire broke. New York State, padlocks on Trump Tower. This is the next to last step from the ruin of Donald Trump. These are all varying headlines. I was just sharing from the story, liens on all of his assets, bank accounts. All right, got a final hour coming up here, so plenty of room for you. Dial us up at 844-844-3388. Counting down, Mid-America Truck Show gets underway this Thursday. Who's coming to Louisville? Back after this, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. Congress is continuing to work on legislation that would avoid a partial government shutdown at the end of the week. Funding runs out midnight Friday for 6 annual spending bills. Lawmakers are continuing to talk regarding the 6-measure spending package, but differences remain over how to fund the Department of Homeland Security as lawmakers are at odds over how to tackle the border and immigration. Arguments in the case over whether the Biden administration's push to censor what they believe is misinformation on social media platforms has wrapped up. House Judiciary Committee Chairman, Republican from Ohio, Jim Jordan, who's been leading an effort to uncover a link between big tech censorship and the federal government, was in the courtroom during oral arguments. He says one of the justices was certainly on the side of the Biden administration when it comes to this one.
The big takeaway today was Ketanji Brown Jackson when she said to the Solicitor General from Louisiana, she said, "You've got the First Amendment hamstringing the government." Well, that's what it's supposed to do, for goodness sake. It was literally one of the craziest things I've ever seen.
President Vladimir Putin has been reelected to a 5th term in Russia's presidential election. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan gives his reaction to Putin's victory in a White House press briefing.
Nothing about the election outcome was unpredictable. Putin had closed the political space, had locked up political opponents. Some of his political opponents had tragically died. And so there was nothing free or fair about this election, and the outcome was preordained.
Health officials are urging families traveling to measles-affected countries to get babies as young as 6 months vaccinated. The CDC issuing a health alert about measles spreading across the world. It is recommended families get their infants the shot a few months ahead of the regular vaccine schedule if needed for travel. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Gas prices are once again on the rise. According to AAA, the national average price on Monday stands at $3.47 a gallon, marking a 7-cent increase from the previous week and a 19-cent increase over the past month. The spike in gas has played a significant role in inflation reports last week, which were worse than anticipated. The increase is attributed to heightened demand and refinery outages. Afghanistan's Taliban says that Pakistan carried out 2 airstrikes on its territory Monday, killing 5 women and 3 children. White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre urged both nations to address their differences through means other than violence in a press briefing.
We urge the Taliban to ensure that terrorist attacks are not launched from Afghan soil. We urge Pakistan to exercise restraint and ensure civilians are not harmed in their counter-terrorism efforts.
AstraZeneca is introducing a price cap of $35 for its inhalers, the pharmaceutical company announcing this on Monday, mirroring a move made by one of its competitors. The action coincides with independent Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders and other Democrats looking into the practices of the 4 main inhaler manufacturers who are accused of charging Americans higher prices compared to customers abroad. For USA News, I'm Tim Berg.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Here we go, final hour. We kicked things off as we count down to the 24 edition of the Mid-American Truck Show. A lot of educational sessions take place over the 3-day period. Looking through the Truck Leasing Task Force, that meeting presented by the FMCSA, I anticipate there's probably going to be a number, quite a few, interested in attending that. Starts at 10 a.m. till 4 p.m., and actually from 10 to noon, then they take a break for an hour to come back from 1 to 4. That will be a public meeting, your chance to actually speak to the FMCSA. Of course, the Paul K. Young Truck Beauty Championship, the elite competition, hosting some of the best custom trucks, show trucks in North America. A lot of beautiful trucks, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Again, this is going to be out in front of the West Wing. They're at Lot N, as it's called. What else we got? Pro Talks. New modernized registration system update and fraud prevention presented by the FMCSA. The update on our efforts to build a new FMCSA registration system and our fraud prevention efforts. And there's been quite a bit of that fraud in the industry. We've kept you up to speed on that throughout the past year. Who else we got in the mix here? Don't gamble with your fleet safety. Secure your bottom line with data-driven excellence. Presented by Central Analysis Bureau, whomever that is. Let's see. There's, like I said, a whole bunch of various sessions. Staying alive and thriving in difficult times. The truckload market update session. You can find the full schedule at the website, truckingshow.com. And the truck parking, that's changing this year after many, many years. Parking at the Cardinal Stadium, formerly known as the Papa John's Cardinal Stadium. They're moving the location this year. I'm looking there. There's a list of rules and regulations. Parking is free to Class 7 and 8 trucks. There are no hookups. No drop trailers or hazardous materials allowed. That's going to open 7:30 a.m. on Wednesday and open till noon Sunday. Shuttle service to and from the convention center Available every 15 to 20 minutes Thursday through Saturday, starting an hour before and continuing an hour after the show hours. They say enter at the gate that is marked entry. Follow the directions of the security and the parking attendants. Park at your own risk. Mats is not responsible for the loss of equipment, materials, or personal items. Aisles, roadway aisles must be kept clear of any and all encumbrances so that the shuttles and emergency vehicles can pass through or park. Tailgating at your vehicle should not interfere with the normal flow of traffic. No banners, advertisements, promotional activities, etc., without show management written approval. Does that mean you can't fly your Trump flag or your Biden flag, whatever you might have? Just saying. Per the Louisville Metro government, tents or temporary structures that are 400 square feet or larger not permitted. So that's like a big tent, which they used to set some of those up out there and do some cooking and things like that. Most of that's done. No large-scale food services, concessions, or catering. Any food prep or distribution that's not considered tailgating will not be allowed and risks being shut down. See, like I said, there was a time when some of these organizations, and most of it was free, and a lot of this was fundraisers where they'd feed all these people out there, and you just make like a donation for whatever the organization might be. They shut all that down several years ago. All barbecue grills must be attended at all times. Open fire pit devices and fires built on the ground are prohibited. Propane tanks cannot exceed cylinder size of 20 pounds. All right, so no little fire pits out there for your evening tailgating. Excessive noise must stay between the hours of 7 a.m. and 9 p.m. No glass containers. All drinks should be placed in plastic or disposable cups and consumed at your tailgating location. Bottles and open containers may not be carried around the parking lots. You must clean up after yourself. The lot should be left in the same condition you found it. Policy prohibits possession of a deadly weapon or destructive device on property. Violators of this policy are subject to expulsion from the property. And lastly, it says security and parking attendants will be on duty Wednesday through Saturday. They are the final authority, so whatever the parking attendant tells you, that's the final word, they tell us. You've been forewarned, all right? But it doesn't say anything about it. I guess you are allowed to do your own tailgating. You can grill out there for you and your friends, but just you can't have any sort of a publicly catered kind of thing. Yes, Senor Heatwave.
Yeah, you were talking about NASA and their project with people going to Mars in a 1,700 or 1,600 square foot tent, I guess. The movie makers, they do a lot of consulting with NASA and space physicists and whatnot. The great breakthrough was 2001, and then 2010. Of course, they didn't go down to the planet. They were just going to that ship to deal with HAL. What was it, HAL 1000 or whatnot? And they found out that the reason why it went haywire is because it was told to lie to the astronauts that were on that ship. And man, I tell you what, if AI is involved, that could be an issue. Now, as far as living on Mars, what they were saying that the sand is sharp, and you wouldn't want to have your food grown there. There was a movie with Matt Damon in it where he was an astronaut they forgot to lift up from Mars to the mothership, and they didn't figure that out till they were, quarter ways to Earth or whatnot.
I remember that. I was watching that a few weeks ago.
Yeah, and he was using the human waste that was in packets, and I guess he had a couple of potatoes, and he actually, built himself up a system inside one of those pods that would keep the area warm, and he had plenty of chemical interaction that made water. So, I mean, his plants were continuously being fed water, but just as soon as that door came off, everything froze up just immediately. But, I mean, according to that movie, he was living off of the potatoes that he was growing in the Martian soil using, human excrement. So, I mean, did someone forget to talk about the composition about the Martian soil then?
Yeah.
Because, I mean, we have had, I can't remember the two spacecraft that went over there that landed on Mars, and they were analyzing the soil. And I know it wasn't Voyager 1 or Voyager 2, but, I mean, we did have spacecraft that went to Mars to analyze the soil back in the late 70s, early 80s. I mean, why didn't they tell us then what they know now? I mean, if you're going to have to bring your own soil with you, man, that is going to be pretty dadgum expensive as far as getting it up out of the atmosphere and then plowing on to Mars. And then with the weight of it, if you're going to have one of those rockets that Elon Musk has, I mean, good night. That's going to be a hellacious expenditure of fuel. So, man, that's I'm sure they're thinking well enough ahead of the game, but that just right now is mind-boggling. And to answer Eagle's question about who the person was in the 30s, I think he was thinking of Al Capone.
Right.
Trump saying So anyways, and I'm sure Trump has got his lawyers looking into every avenue. It's not like they're just sitting on their thumbs going, well, that's done. We can't do no more. I'm sure he is out there scrambling to find a way to get his equipment or his the money for his
the bond
fine. Yeah, the bond. I mean, how couldn't he have gone straight to the Supreme Court with an emergency injunction, or do they have to go to the New York State Supreme Court and then go? And why would it take so long if I mean, this is clearly a violation of his rights. I mean, they've proven that they did not hurt anybody. They have proven that they said, hey, don't take our word for it. You do your own independent evaluation of the properties. And I mean, it's so blatant that judge was just anti-Trump. He had a bias against Donald.
There was a predetermined outcome.
I mean,
he made it clear from the beginning. Trump has broke the law. And I mean, of course, he's the judge and the jury, and it was just a formality to sit there and go through hearing what they heard, which they didn't get the counter testimony. But, I mean, it was all predetermined. I mean, we said.
Yeah. Justice is supposed to be blind, and the scales, the measurement of the scales, you see the statue there. But, I mean, with him already having a predetermined idea of what was going to happen, isn't that against, Trump's civil statutes or whatnot? Mm-hmm. I don't know what else to call it. I mean, that should have been right there, a bell ringer for someone to say, hey, we need to remove this judge. and find someone who is not biased against Trump. But I mean, I guess it'd be pretty damn hard to find anybody that's not biased against Trump in New York. I mean, they loved him as a Democrat. Al Sharpton was getting millions of dollars in contributions from Trump. But just as soon as Trump turned Republican, then, you know, the Democrats just really turned on Trump. So, and of course you got the rhinos. But I mean, it just, you know, time can be a friend and it can be an enemy. And right now, time is not looking too kindly on Trump. Now, I wonder if Nikki Haley is looking at it, licking her lips, going, yeah, I'm going to be the next president. You know, because, I mean, that's basically what she's waiting for. So, I don't know what to tell you. But anyways, I'm going to go ahead and let you go. I just thought I'd chime in on that. You have yourself a good morning, sir.
All right. Thank you very much, Senor Heatwave. Yeah, there's a Georgia law firm that specializes in accident cases. They've issued the results of a study focusing on the most dangerous and the safest states to drive in all over the country. Last year, we saw a significant challenge in road safety. According to the National Safety Council, 44,986 motor vehicle fatalities. That breaks down to about 123 deaths per day. Batterscott's findings ranking Wyoming as the most dangerous state for driving, according to data from 2022 and 23. Now, despite only having a population of 584,100 people, Wyoming has a record 27 fatality rate per 100,000 people. Mississippi was second with a fatality rate of 27 per 100,000 people, with a much larger population, 2.9 million compared to Wyoming. Now, with a population of 19,500, New York is the safest state, reporting 5 deaths per 100,000. Now, the population of New York is not 19,500. That's all right. They've got Arkansas, 3.1 million inhabitants. A fatality rate of 22 per 100,000, a third on the list. Despite a larger population, Tennessee, 7.1 million people. Tennessee shares that fatality number of 22 per 100,000. South Carolina comes in at number 5, I believe, there. 5.4 million residents, fatality rate 21 deaths per 100,000 people, and a relatively high total of 1,138 deaths in that state. You know, they go through the entire top 10, but I think you get the gist there. Wyoming, the most dangerous. Why is that? Daryl, hi there. What's going on this morning?
I'm up and at 'em. Have you got your mic packed and ready to go?
I have not done that yet. I have to take my mic. I got to remember to take my little clock here. A couple of things I got to take. My headphones.
How's the family and how's Stryker?
All doing well. Thank you very much. Actually had the grandkids for the entire weekend last weekend. Avery and Aubrey came over and, got to spend some time with them.
Well, if you took Stryker with you, he would be a hero and a hit down at the truck show.
Mm-hmm.
I always enjoyed going out on the parking lot you were speaking about and eating some baked beans and some barbecue and drinking some good Southern iced tea and listening to the music. It was a lot of fun back in the day.
And I don't know that
Did you ever get a chance to go out on the lot?
Oh, just a couple times, but I don't know if they're going to be doing anything. Yeah, they used to set up like a flatbed and they'd do some, they had a karaoke night, and then, sometimes they'd have like Joey Holiday or Tony Justice, actually. I think he performed out there a couple times, but I don't know what they're doing out there these days.
Well, you could tell that they were overdoing it, and they had the utes and the dogs, and you couldn't hardly walk down between the trucks, much less drive an emergency vehicle down through there. But it was fun for the time that they did it, and I wanted to give the travelers maybe a little tip. I got there late on Friday one time, and I came out with a boatload of CDs and music CDs from Shell and some of the distributors who were trying to pack up. And I still have some of those music CDs, and they were all truck driving songs. And I play them every once in a while and enjoy them. It's a lot of fun. I hope to see Monkey Gouger again. I saw him the time when he won his award for having
Citizen Driver,
the service station named after him, and people will really enjoy themselves at the truck driving show. And I'll talk to you later, and hope to maybe wave at you as I go by.
We'll see you. We'll see you there. We'll be actually taking some breaks this year. I've got a schedule where I'll have opportunity to maybe break away and shake some hands and chat for a few minutes and get outside for a smoke break, right? Truck and Phil, hi there. Happy Taco Tuesday. The coffee up. Good morning, Mr. Summers, the Hot Shot Secret Nation, and the great product of Staybill. Looks like 51 Fort Wayne today, 46 in Sterling Heights. As we get ready to depart Fort Wayne for Sterling Heights and back once again. Keep it safe out there. Semper Fi from your friend Truck and Phil this morning. Supposedly this week things could get rather interesting in the Hunter Biden case. Haven't heard much about that as of late, have we? Oversight Committee James Comer had invited Hunter to attend this week's public hearing. And I guess over the weekend, word came out that Hunter's not planning to attend, apparently. He criticized Hunter for planning to skip the public hearing and floated potential criminal referrals possibly coming down. Speaking on Sunday Morning Futures, he says, I think we're at the point in the investigation where we need to hear the discrepancies. There were massive discrepancies between what Biden's business partners told Congress and what Biden himself said in his testimony. I fully expect Hunter to show up. If he doesn't show up, then it's not going to end well for the Bidens, because we have 3 witnesses that have already testified under oath to significantly different stories as to what exactly the Biden influence peddling schemes were. This is serious because we are now at the point of criminal referrals. He didn't specify who he would refer criminally, but he added, the committee has been able to get most of the information they had requested, and they've accumulated, quote, lots of evidence of wrongdoing, despite facing all the obstruction from the White House and the Biden legal team. Lastly, he said, I cannot tell you a single legitimate business the Bidens had other than they were influence peddling. I'm not sure exactly when that particular public hearing is supposed to be taking place, but that could be rather interesting. Seems like every year something big in the news happens while we're all away having a good time at the Mid-America Truck Show. Let's get a news break here. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. Donald Trump is sharply criticizing Democrats and the media for their portrayal of remarks he delivered over the weekend at a rally in Ohio. Trump stirred controversy by suggesting there would be a bloodbath in the event of his defeat in November's election. However, on Truth Social, he contended his words were deliberately misconstrued, clarifying that he was specifically referring to the potential devastation of the auto industry under a second Biden administration. Authorities in Nashville have discovered the bank card of Riley Strain, a Missouri student who has been missing for over a week. The card was found along the Cumberland River by two local women who have volunteered to assist in the search. The majority of Americans dismiss former President Trump's claims of immunity. According to a recent Politico magazine Ipsos survey, 70% of respondents stated they do not support U.S. presidents being shielded from criminal prosecution for alleged offenses committed while in office. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
The Mac runs it back with horsepower to spare in Derbytown. Then a break until Memorial Day weekend, followed by a breakneck pace until summer officially arrives. All this as we complete our retrospective of last year's champs and begin looking forward to a 54th championship season. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. We hope you've enjoyed our multi-part look at the champions and award winners of 2023, but now it's time to turn our attention fully to the new season. In this report and the next few, we'll make an in-depth examination of the 2024 Grand National regular season calendar, followed weeks later by the ever-expanding regional national circuit. But before we get around to making your summer plans, the NTPA is gearing up for its first Grand Invitational event of 2024 in hallowed Freedom Hall on the campus of the Kentucky Expo Center in Louisville. The Mac Trailer NTPA Winter Nationals will bring together 4 championship divisions, Pro Stock tractors, Super Semi trucks, and mini and multi-engine modifieds for one night of thrilling action on Saturday, March 23rd at the conclusion of the Mid-American Trucking Show. Check out ntpapull.com for a current list of invited competitors and more Mac Trailer Winter Nationals event details as they are finalized. Louisville should whet your appetite for what promises to be the most exciting Grand National campaign ever. It launches in Benson, North Carolina for the Mule City 300 at Galat Motorsports Park. This year's iteration of the Mule City 300 features 6 Grand National divisions, light Superstock, Superstock Open, and Pro Stock tractors, 4-wheel drive trucks, and mini and twin-engine light modifieds on Friday and Saturday, May 31st and June 1st. For facility information, visit galotmotorsportspark.com. The next weekend, attention shifts to the Hawkeye State for the Farley Nationals at 300 Raceway in Farley, Iowa, on Friday and Saturday, June 7th and 8th. It's also a 6-division show, but this time center stage at the twin tracks will belong to Super Farm and Pro Stock tractors, 2-wheel drive, 4-wheel drive, and Super Semi trucks, and multi-engine modifieds. Visit 300raceway.com to have a look. Then comes the GN Tour's only visit to the land of 10,000 lakes and the Power Pole Nationals in Hutchinson, Minnesota on Friday and Saturday, June 14th and 15th. Another half dozen classes, Superstock Diesel and Pro Stock tractors, Superstock Diesel 4x4 and Super Semi trucks, and mini and unlimited modifieds will churn the dirt at the McLeod County Fairgrounds. The event's website is powerpolenationals.com. And a busy June for the NTPA's Grand National Circuit concludes with the season's first Super National, namely the Budweiser Dairyland NTPA Super Nationals at Recreation Park in Tomah, Wisconsin. 11 GN divisions and 3 Region 3 divisions will compete twice each over the course of 5 sessions, from the evening of Thursday, June 20th through the evening of Saturday, June 22nd. For more information, visit tomahtractorpole.com. All of these session-by-session class listings, as well as those for around 75 other events, may be found on the schedule page at the all-new ntpapull.com, your #1 resource for everything related to NTPA Championship pulling. We'll take on the next chunk of the Grand National season next week, but before we do, let's take a moment to welcome 2 new Grand National Division sponsors. New Fields Ag will present the Superstock diesel tractors, and CM Pulling Tires will present 2-wheel drive trucks, all throughout 2024. Thanks to New Fields Ag and CM Pulling Tires for coming on board. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
All right, I mentioned last evening that Mike Brunetti, who we've spoke with for years, with Bostrom Seating and Commercial Vehicle Group. We've given away truck seats. Mike was slated to join us for, I believe he was lined up number 2 Thursday or Friday, I can't recall. His wife apparently just had to have surgery, and he will not be able to attend. We will be talking to some of his associates there at the booth. But we will be giving the opportunity once again for attendees at the Mid-America Truck Show to win. You can be a winner, chicken dinner. Looking here, we've got one of the Bostrom Pro Ride truck seats. That'll be in the black and gray color, the ultra leather. I think we had one of those identical seats last year. That's a high-profile 915 suspension with the high back upper. The air lumbar support, the extendable cushion. Yeah, we're talking like a $1,880 value. And then we'll also have a Bostrom Wide Ride plus Serta truck seat. That'll be the red tan ultra leather, a high-profile suspension with high back upper, dual adjustable armrests, heated seats, wide ride Serta Series isolated suspension, the air lumbar high-performance impact damper, the extendable cushion. We're going to be at booth number 12036 there in Louisville. Come by. The seats will be there with us at the booth. And if you happen to be an attendee that's there come giveaway time, typically we'll send them right home with you if you've got the ability to put it in your vehicle. So yeah, again, teaming up with Bostrom Seating for this year's Mid-America Truck Show, just a matter of days away. It was the FBI director kind of being grilled last week about a range of threats that were emanating from our southern border, obviously. Plagued with this surge of illegals during this administration. Christopher Wray's comments during a hearing facing questions from several lawmakers on the Intelligence Committee about terrorist, drugs, other dangers that this border, porous border, could allow into the country. Marco Rubio, ranking member, asked Wray what risks the single largest, most eventful migration quarter in history poses to the United States. To which Wray first pointed to the fentanyl, saying from an FBI perspective, we're seeing a wide array of very dangerous threats that emanate from the border. That includes everything from drug trafficking, and the FBI alone sees enough fentanyl in the last 2 years to kill 270 million people. That's just on the fentanyl side. An awful lot of violent crime in this country is at the hands of the gangs who are themselves involved in the distribution of that fentanyl. Now, testifying alongside the Director of National Intelligence, Avril Haines, and the CIA Director, William Burns, on the annual assessment of global threats, Senator Angus King told the panel that, I've done a little calculation and found that 15 people have died in this country of overdoses, mostly fentanyl, since this hearing started. Where's this drug originating? Well, Wray said the vast majority that's killing Americans, of course, coming from Mexico, and the vast majority of the precursors for that fentanyl is coming from China. This fiscal year, we've already encountered 58 migrants at the southern border whose names appear on the terrorist watch list. Now, that figure kind of coincides with border officials estimating last year that since Joe Biden took office, more than 1.7 million have crossed into the country entirely undetected. These are the gotaways, 1.7 million. Senator John Cornyn asked if Wray could tell the American people with any certainty that there are no people on the terror watch list that were among the undetected immigrants or the gotaways. Wray responded by quoting the former Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld, who once famously said, there are known unknowns and unknown unknowns. What the heck's that mean? In many ways, the national security ramifications of the issues at the border are better reflected in some ways more by what we don't know about the people who snuck in, provided fake documents, or in some way got in when there wasn't sufficient information available at the time that they came to connect the dots. It's almost more significant in our view than the actual number of so-called known or suspected terrorists, because these people, for the most part, are stopped, detained, and processed appropriately. Cornyn also pointed to border officials encountering tens of thousands of nationals from the U.S. top adversary, China, last year. The big increase over the previous year. He asked if more Chinese nationals would have entered the country as gotaways. Could they? Well, to which Ray replied, right, well, we don't know what we're dealing with. It gets especially challenging because presumably within that group, you've got not only people who may mean us harm, but also people who are fleeing the Chinese Communist Party and share our concern about their authoritarian thuggishness. Cornyn observed that the rise presents a huge, gaping vulnerability that we don't have answers for. Anyway, after his testimony, Ray and the intelligence community counterparts joined the senators for a closed-door briefing. They'll face global questioning on threats again during their annual appearance on the House Intelligence Committee. That first was from the Senate Intelligence, but we just don't know. Hey, Knucklebuster, welcome back.
Oh, thank you for taking me again, Mr. Steve Summers. I'm trying, I called in, let's see, last Thursday was the last time I called in, so I had to get a little caught up this week. I'll be in Friday. I'll ask Tennessee, but I wouldn't hold my breath whether we show up there for Saturday, at least jump in there. You never know. He might surprise all of us there. Is Google a Russian company?
No.
Well, they've got an article in Fox there that Google has interfered in the election 41 times over the last 16 years. I thought Vladimir was the CEO or the director of there then, so I don't know there. So, and well, today is National Certified Nurses Day. You see, well, the only way she'd be certified to me is if she was a female and had them big, cute, cuddly brown-nosed Twitter puppies stuck out there. So that's all my baloney for today. Had a great show, man. You need to stay on a couple more hours so I can make it down here to Austin. So, now go on, get in the bed there, buddy. Have a good day.
All right, trying to get to that final destination. Yeah, Elon Musk, the billionaire, he said Google interferes to help Democrats thousands of times every election season. After the watchdog group released the claims that the search giant boosts Democrats while censoring Republicans. As the New York Post reported, a watchdog group called the Media Research Center published an analysis detailing what they described as 41 alleged instances of election interference at the online search giant since 2008. Yes. I think we know this all goes on. Musk tweeted a screenshot of the article and asserted this really understates the magnitude of the problem. They technically interfere to help Democrats thousands of times every election season. This is to be expected when their censorship, a.k.a. what they call their trust and safety teams, all have far left political views. Google did not respond to Musk's comments. Now, critics have accused Google of injecting their Gemini artificial intelligence chatbot that has political bias after they started generating ahistoric and factually inaccurate diverse images. Scrutiny accelerated after tweets in which Gemini's product led the far-left viewpoints went viral on X. But in the report, MRC accused Google of using their power to help push to electoral victory the most liberal candidates while targeting their opponents for censorship. They also cited a 2008 incident in which Google purportedly helped then-Senator Barack Obama's candidacy during his showdown Hillary Clinton for the Democrat presidential nomination. They go through, and so they're citing 41 actual instances where Elon, which think he'd be a little more in the know, said it happens thousands of times every election cycle, which that I would believe. But real quick, it's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yes, of course, today is primary day in the state of Ohio. Obviously, the presidential nominations are locked up. It's going to be Donald Trump versus Joseph Biden. So, concern is a lot of people will just stay at home, say, why even bother? Well, there's a lot more at stake than just Trump and Joe Biden. The Ohio primary today will be the Republican contest to take on Ohio's Democrat U.S. Senator. There's actually a presidential contest in 5 states today, but Ohio's one of 2 states that also hold state and congressional primaries. Democrat Senator Sherrod Brown, first elected in 2006, uncontested in his primary this year, among the most vulnerable members of a closely divided chamber, who has managed to hold on to his seat even as the state has shifted further to the right. Now, in his most recent election in 2018, he defeated then Representative Jim Rancini by almost 7 points. 2 years later, Ohio then voted for then President Donald Trump by 8 points. Now, there are 3 Republicans on the ballot. State Senator Matt Dolan, Ohio Secretary of State Frank LaRose, and businessman Bernie Moreno. Both LaRose and Moreno have kind of aligned themselves with the pro-Trump camp of the party. Now, Dolan is backed by more of the establishment Republicans, including the likes of Governor DeWine and former Senator Rob Portman. Moreno has the endorsement from Trump, as well as the state's junior Senator J.D. Vance. Dolan finished 3rd in the 2022 primary that Vance actually won. There's several other notable races in the state today, but It is, of course, the presidential primary. Joe Biden is Dean Phillips, who is now dropped out of the race on the Democrat side. He's still on the ballot. There's 127 delegates at stake on the Democrat side. Donald Trump, believe it or not, Chris Christie, Ron DeSantis, Nikki Haley, Vivek Ramaswamy are all on the ballot there. 79 Republican delegates at stake today. There's several House votes, state Supreme Court primary. Any registered voter in Ohio can participate, but you can choose only one party's primary. This is where you go into, do you want the Republican primary or the Democrat primary? So there you go. Real quick, let me get back. I think Vic had a few final comments here about Trump in New York, right?
Yeah. You got me there.
We got you, Vic.
Real quick, this is Vic. Letitia James going overboard on some of that stuff. And the only thing I was going to say is all these different states that Trump has property and in New York, they all have an economic development corporation. And I would say that those people should get together and make sure that bond is met, as well as the different trade organizations, like in agriculture, like she's going after JBS and everything else. So she needs to make sure that she understands that there's a whole lot more forces that want to do business in New York, but not with her as Attorney General.
Mm-hmm.
And it just amazes me how much risk that she is putting to the economic health of the whole state of New York. You've heard the saying of pirate victory or cut off your nose to spite your face type of thing.
Mm-hmm.
I can only imagine how many people that are taking a long, hard look at, do we really want to do business in New York? Because nobody can prove, when nobody gets damaged and nobody is defrauded, how can you bring a fraud case? I just don't understand that, but she managed to do that. And I won't get into all the little peculiarities that could happen, but I know you have a guy that calls in from Fishkill, New York, and I used to pick, there's a big Jehovah's Witness place up there, and they print their magazines and everything. And I used to pick stuff up out of there and run it down to Mesquite, Texas. And I was just thinking about all those people that are working there. They're under religious exemptions and everything. So I don't know if she might be later on looking at that. I mean, or was she just specifically targeting Trump? And if she was specifically targeting Trump, that comes to malicious prosecution, to which the state of New York would be liable for.
Why?
So I would say,
right. Where is the Bar Association? Why? Because this, how have they not yet intervened? That's been questioned several times. Well, all right, Vic, we're up against the clock, so we'll have to roll here on a Tuesday morning. We will be back live at the midnight hour tonight, Tuesday night into a Wednesday, before we'll head off toward Louisville, Kentucky. Be all set up for the Mid-America Truck Show Thursday, Friday, Saturday, coming to you live through the afternoon and rebroadcast through our normal overnight hours. And look forward to seeing some of you there. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling. looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I